All right. Good morning. I see it still has not stabilized, so we'll still give them some time.
All right, Martha, you want to kick us off?
Okay, sure thing. Let me introduce myself one more time. I'm Martha Anguiano, one of the new air resource engineers in the Tier 5 rulemaking section. I'll be the Zoom moderator for today. Thank you all for joining us today for the Tier 5 rulemaking workshop, Amendments to the Off-Road Diesel New Engine Regulations. Today's workshop will be recorded and uploaded to the CARB YouTube page in a few days. Okay.
Okay, I think I can go next. So my name is Kim Horoy Rogalski, and I am the chief of the Mobile Source Regulatory Development Branch at CARB. And I see we have a great turnout today, over 300 people on. Just want to thank everyone for taking time out of their schedules to listen and to hopefully give us feedback. This has been a really productive rulemaking process so far. The team has been working on the Tier 5 rulemaking for over 3 years, and we've received really invaluable input from manufacturers and other stakeholders. And we're really hoping to get some detailed feedback on the regulation order that we currently have out for review. Part of the intent of today's workshop is to kind of walk you through some of the changes we've made since the last workshop we had late last year, and sort of give you a primer to the regulation order that's out for review. And we hope everyone will read it carefully and give us any feedback, any suggestions for things that are unclear. Really, the more feedback we get from the folks who are going to be using this regulation through their compliance efforts in the coming years, the better and more clear we can make it. So with that, let me hand it off to Manager Jenna Latt.
All right. Thank you, Kim, and thanks, Martha. So good morning, everyone. I'm Jenna Latt, and I'm the manager of the off-road control section. And thanks for joining us for our ninth Tier 5 public meeting. So today the focus is on changes since our October 2023 draft proposal for the Tier 5 rulemaking. And as Kim said, we really appreciate your feedback and alternative proposals, and we've definitely been considering them. So you'll notice from the draft proposed regulation order, it largely mirrors the draft Tier 5 proposal from October 2023. And today's workshop covers the changes to the proposal that are covered in the draft regulation order. So note that the test procedures will be released later this year. So that will be a separate document. So we're not going to cover everything in the test procedures today, although there's going to be huge overlap. But please note that the test procedures will be released later this year because we're still working on them. And they'll address the testing and other Tier 5 aspects that aren't contained in the draft proposed reg order. So just as a note, both presentations for today and the draft proposed reg order are posted on our website. They've been there for a couple of weeks to give you time to go through these long documents. And as you know, in October 2023, staff had made significant changes to the draft proposed standards, resulting in a less stringent proposal than what we originally workshopped in our initial meeting in 2021. So we'll discuss all that later on in the afternoon session. And so right now, I'm just going to hand it back before I hand it to Jeff to kick off the OBD session. I'd like Martha to just walk through how to ask questions, because I know as the OBD staff go through the slides, people will want to, you know, type in their questions into the Q&A. So Martha, can you go over that, please?
Yes. So really quickly, I'd like to take the opportunity to review the Zoom etiquette. So for the Q&A portion, we kindly ask if everyone can submit their written question in the Q&A box. With your written question, please introduce yourself in addition to your affiliation. There is also a phone number that you can call into for today's webinar. I'll leave this on for a few minutes if anyone wants to take it down. You can use #2 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Thank you, Jenna.
All right, great. And Jason, why don't you begin? Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenna. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Wong, and I'm manager of the OBD program development section, which is the section in charge of developing an onboard diagnostics proposal for Tier 5 off-road equipment. Today, two of my staff will be giving the presentation for off-road OBD or OR OBD. First, we will have Sana Databoy provide an update on key requirements of our proposal that have changed since our first workshop in October 2023. Next, we will have Paul Hendrick discuss specific technical topics that we would like feedback on to help us complete the proposal. So if there aren't any questions, I'd like to hand it over to Sana Databoy. Are there any questions first? Okay, I assume that's a no. Okay, I will now hand it over to Sana.
Thank you, Jason. This is the agenda for the OR-OBD portion of the workshop. We will first talk about the updates to the proposal, specifically updates from the workshop presentation from October of 2023. Then we will go over some topics that we believe require more discussion. These consist of the communication protocol, embedded service tool concept, OBD NOx monitor demonstration testing, steady state test cycle, off-road engines below 56 kilowatts, and unfinished items in the draft regulation, specifically the draft that was posted on the Tier 5 workshop page 2 weeks ago. Sorry, could we move to slide 3, please? Thank you. For reference, here are the acronyms we will be using in the presentation. I won't go over them now, but you can refer to these slides while we go through the presentation. First, we will talk about updates to the OR-OBD proposal. The draft OR-OBD regulation provided on the Tier 5 workshop website includes the details of the proposal. This draft regulation contains some revisions from the proposals we presented at the workshop in October of 2023. The major revisions will be covered today and are represented by italic, underline, or strikeout text on the slides. In the last workshop, we had proposed that Tier 5 engines equipped with SCR systems be required to meet the onboard monitoring and diagnostic requirements, or OBMD, while all other engines will be required to meet OBD requirements. We have modified that requirement to also require engines equipped with a tailpipe NOx sensor to meet the OBMD requirements instead of the OBD requirements. This change was requested by industry, specifically for engines that will not be equipped with SCR systems, but will be equipped with NOx sensors. Manufacturers of these engines wanted to be able to meet the OBMD requirements instead of the OBD requirements. For the required communication protocol for the OR-OBD system, we had proposed to allow the use of either SAE J1979-2 or SAE J1939. This would have harmonized with the requirements of the on-road heavy-duty OBD regulation. However, we have decided to remove SAE J1979-2 as an option, which leaves only the SAE J1939 protocol. While J1979-2 will be used by multiple manufacturers in heavy-duty trucks, There seems to be a lack of interest in J1979-2 for off-road engines. We may entertain an alternative option for the protocol, which we will discuss in a later slide. It should be noted that the deletion of SAE J1979-2 also affects the information on other standardization slides from the October 2023 workshop presentation, such as the slides talking about fault codes and the diagnostic link connector. Basically, any information related to the usage of SAE J1979-2 is deleted, including reference to related SAE standards like J2012. We are also proposing changes to the required data stream parameters, specifically the data that the engines are required to report to a scan tool. The original proposal called for all physical inputs and outputs related to the engine and emission control system to be reported. We have replaced this proposal with a list of more specific parameters, which are detailed in the draft regulation. These include certification critical parameters and parameters for engines so equipped, including parameters required by the US EPA in their heavy-duty OBD regulation related to inducements and derates. The parameters would also specifically include any additional physical inputs and outputs used by OR OBD system diagnostics, AECDs, OR reel, inducements, the engine cooling system, and the engine lubrication system. CARB staff proposed these parameters in order to facilitate repairs by giving service technicians and owners as much standardized information as possible. The DEC ECU definition was also revised to include more control units. In the October 2023 presentation, we had defined a DEC ECU as an engine control unit and any other onboard electronic powertrain control unit that is field reprogrammable and has primary control over any major monitor or any rationality fault diagnostic or functional check for any input or output component. The problem with this definition is that it would only apply to stage 2 engines since they have OBD diagnostics. To ensure that stage 1 engines would also support Cal ID and CVN, we have expanded the definition to include control units that control fuel injection timing or quantity, fuel pressure level, cylinder deactivation, EGR valve position, variable geometry turbocharger position, turbocharger boost level, DEF injection quantity, after treatment thermal management strategies, AECD operation, PM filter regeneration, NOx sensor functions, or PM sensor functions. We are also proposing a change to the monitor activity data, or MAD, requirements. In the last workshop, we had proposed that the OR OBD system store a mini denominator for every DEC ECU. We have now limited that to every DEC ECU that is capable of storing a fault code. This is to address complications and issues with tracking all the MAD data in DEC ECUs, particularly those that do not store fault codes. We're also adding a few more components to the list of required OBMD diagnostics. For engines meeting the OBMD requirements, we had required an OBM NOx emission threshold monitor and diagnostics for the PM filter emission threshold, tailpipe NOx sensor performance, PM sensor, and comprehensive components. We are now requiring diagnostics for the diesel oxidation catalyst and closed crankcase ventilation system performance if such emission control technology are equipped in the engine. The original proposal lacked a basic check of the diesel oxidation catalyst for OBMD engines, while closed crankcase ventilation systems have been found to be one of the important emission control technologies needed to meet the low emission standards, so CARB thought it was important that these technologies be monitored. For the OBM NOx emission threshold monitor, we are making changes to the engines required to implement this monitor, as well as the emission thresholds at which a malfunction is required to be detected. First, we had originally required engines in power categories above 56 kilowatts to meet this monitoring requirement. We are now also requiring engines below 56 kilowatts to meet this requirement. These engines were not likely to have SCR systems or NOx sensors, so we left them out of the proposal at first. However, industry had commented that they may install NOx sensors on these engines in order to be able to go the OBMD route, so we are now adding these engines in. These engines will need to meet the same thresholds as engines above 560 kilowatts. The emission thresholds have also been changed for these engines. The threshold was originally just 1.2 grams per kilowatt hour based on bin C. However, some engines above 560 kilowatts may be certified to high emission standards, so the 1.2 threshold would not have provided enough margin for robust monitoring for these engines. So we changed the threshold to require detection of malfunctions when emissions exceed either 1.2 grams per kilowatt hour or 1.5 times the standard, whichever is higher. We also made changes to the required PM filter diagnostics. Since the PM filter diagnostic requirements are expected to be the same for both OBMD and OBD proposals, these changes affect both OBMD and OBD engines. For the PM filter monitoring performance diagnostic malfunction criteria, the original proposal set the threshold at 0.04 grams per kilowatt hours. The new proposal would set the threshold at either 0.04 or the PM standard plus 0.02 grams per kilowatt hours, whichever is higher. Similar to the reasoning for the modified thresholds for OBM NOx emission threshold monitoring, some engines may be certified to high PM standards, so a higher threshold was needed to allow for robust monitoring. Additionally, we are now requiring the diagnostics to detect frequent regeneration malfunctions and active intrusive injection malfunctions of the PM filter. After some deliberation, we felt that more functions of the PM filter should be monitored to ensure the PM filter is working properly in use. So we added monitoring requirements for frequent regeneration malfunctions and active intrusive injection malfunctions, since these malfunctions can cause significant damage to the filter. This slide was accidentally left in the workshop presentation posted on the CARB website. The next slide was intended to replace this slide, so we will skip this slide and go to the next slide. This slide was not in the previous workshop presentation, but we added it here to better illustrate the change. For engines meeting the OBD requirements, we had required diagnostics for the PM filter emission threshold, PM sensor, EGR emission threshold, diesel oxidation catalyst performance, fuel system emission threshold, and feedback control and comprehensive components. We are now requiring diagnostics for the closed crankcase ventilation system performance for engines so equipped. This is the same as what we are proposing for OBMD diagnostics. Closed crankcase ventilation systems are needed to meet the low emission standards, so it is important that these technologies be monitored. For demonstration testing, the original proposal required the OBMD test engine to have the tailpipe NOx sensor aged to full useful life with a degreened engine and aftertreatment. To give manufacturers more testing options, we are now allowing manufacturers to age the OBMD engine using the tailpipe certification durability requirements, which they may already have done for tailpipe certification. For OR-OBD system demonstration testing, we had originally required OBMD and OBD engines to test the performance monitors, similar to the requirements for on-road production engine and vehicle evaluation J2 and L2 testing, with the difference being that the on-road testing took place after certification of the on-road OBD system, while this testing for OR-OBD would have taken place before certification. We have now decided to align the requirements with the on-road J2 and L2 requirements and move this testing to post-certification as shown in the next slide. This post-certification testing would now be considered verification of diagnostic requirements and requires testing of all non-emission threshold diagnostics, basically all the diagnostics that were not tested during demonstration testing. Similar to on-road, the manufacturer would be required to test the diagnostics to ensure they are able to detect malfunctions, store fault codes, and illuminate the mill. We are also adding another requirement for post-certification. For the on-road OBD requirements, PEVE J3 or L3 requires manufacturers to collect and submit to CARB data from in-use engines and vehicles, specifically the in-use monitor performance ratio data and other standardized data. While the OR OBD regulation will not require engines to track in-use monitor performance ratio data, it will require the tracking of monitor activity data. Therefore, we are now requiring monitors to collect and submit these data from a few in-use engines. The data would include snapshot data, which are basically all the standardized data at the time the data were collected. We understand that Tier 5 in-use compliance testing will require the same data to be submitted for engines collected in that testing. So to avoid double submissions, we will allow manufacturers to be exempt from the data submission required in the OR OBD regulation if the data are going to be submitted for the same engines under in-use compliance testing. That concludes my portion of the presentation. I will now hand it off to my colleague, Paul.
Okay, thank you very much, Sana. My name is Paul Hendrick, and I'm also in the OBD program development section under Jason Wong. And yeah, so this is what the rest of the topics are going to be this morning. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so yeah, Sana already mentioned that we had proposed to remove the SAE J1979-2 protocol, and that was based on the messaging we were getting about it not really being a popular choice in the off-road context. However, subsequently now, we have gotten a couple of bites on this protocol as saying like, hey, you know, we actually are interested. So you know, let us know. We need to hear from more manufacturers to see, you know, is this, you know, really something that people are going to use, and it's worthwhile for us to, you know, go back and integrate it into the regulations. So yeah, don't be shy, just tell us. And so yes, so the other part of the communication protocol topic here, beyond the 1979-2 question, is this one about an Ethernet-based protocol. We have received some interest in this idea, so you know, we're listening, but we also recognize that there's going to be further development required to make this you know, an Ethernet-based protocol ready for prime time. And when I say ready for prime time, I mean integrated into the regulation with standards that we can point to that meet all of the diagnostic needs and functions. So yeah, it's up in the air right now. We would like to hear back from those champions of an Ethernet-based protocol as to what kind of time frame they view as being appropriate to kind of get everything in order there. Next slide, please. Another topic, the embedded service tool. This is basically a device on the equipment that provides wireless diagnostic data. And this concept was raised by industry to serve as an alternative to our beloved traditional physical data link connector. And so, we're listening. But we still need to resolve this question that was raised last year, which has to do with equivalence to a DLC. Can certain fundamental criteria be satisfied with this embedded service tool concept? So, and so you might recognize this list, but there's certain parameters that we're really thinking about to see if we could pull something like this off. So one is universal access. For example, no fees or special permissions to be able to get this data from an embedded service tool. Reliable lifetime access. And this has to do with not being at the mercy of a company that has to maintain a remote web server, for example, before which would support getting the data into your hands. And something like a local wireless communication directly from the device that does not rely on a cellular connection would address that, we believe. Data logging functionality, this is another important one, and in particular for supporting PEMS testing. We would want no difficulties when a PEMS test, for instance, is being conducted, and they need to log various engine data stream parameters at a sufficient frequency, and so access to that streaming data would be critical. And then data authenticity. This is all about making sure that the data that's popping up on your laptop when you're near a bulldozer is actually coming from that bulldozer. So we think that something like a local wireless communication directly from that embedded service tool on that bulldozer to your laptop would help to check this box. So again, but at a high level, this is a topic that we need to get some more feedback on and think about a little bit further. Next slide, please. All right, the OBM NOx monitor demonstration testing. So we gave some thought about what kind of demonstration test would be appropriate for this OBM NOx monitor. It's a new thing for us, so we need to think a little bit differently, perhaps, about how we demo it. So to begin with, we say OBM NOx monitor. It's with the current proposal, it's really two monitors that are independent, and they'll be focusing on different bins. So you have under the 3-bin MA framework, you have bin B and bin C. These are the non-idle bins. So above, between bin B is between 8 and 25% average load, and then bin C is over 25%. And each of these bins would be collecting windows of activity data. And what we're proposing is analogous to the PEMS evaluation protocol, where you need 2,400 windows before you can make a decision. And that's 2,400 windows in each bin independently. And so another characteristic of the monitor is that we would want those 2,400 windows to be able to span multiple operating cycles. So different ignition cycles, if you don't get 2400 windows in one operating cycle, no problem. Some fractional amount is saved and carried over into a subsequent operating cycle. So we don't lose data in that sense. Okay, so given all of that, how do we propose that this monitor, or I should say these monitors, be demonstrated? So what we're thinking of is allowing double length test cycles to help expedite detection of the malfunction. But first I'll just add that you would definitely have to have like a real malfunction present in the system, so we get actual elevated NOx emissions during this demonstration. And when the demonstration begins, we're thinking, okay, right off the bat, if you go in, for example, for a bin C demonstration, you go right into a double length NRTC cycle, which will generate a certain number of windows that get stored in bin C. And then you key off just for 5 minutes or something like that. And then again, you start up, do another double NRTC. And that amount of operation, essentially 4 NRTCs, should be enough for the monitor to make a decision for bin C and give you a pending fault code. And then essentially repeating that whole sequence one more time in order to have the mill turn on. And the only reason we're adding this soak in between the test cycles is to demonstrate the monitor's ability to indeed carry, save data from one chunk of operation into another chunk of operation. So this is what we're thinking about, and we would be interested in hearing what folks thought about this basic approach. Next slide, please. So since we're talking about testing, let's talk about the steady state cycle. So we know that there's 2 versions of the steady state test cycle that are available to manufacturers when they want to certify their off-road engines. And they can choose. They can choose to do either the RMC version or the discrete mode cycle version. So the RMC is very well defined. It has a defined duration, a defined way of transitioning from one mode to another mode. It has a defined speed and load trace that is, repeatable, understood, etc. The discrete mode cycle is different. It does not have a defined duration. There is no speed or load trace. Basically, you just have to get the engine into the next mode that you need to get to. However you can get to it, you get to it. However long it takes for you to get to it, you get to it. And then you stabilize for some period of time that you deem fit, and then only the last minute or so of that cycle do you actually like sample, take emissions, and then when that's done, you go on to the next mode. So that version of the steady state cycle is a bit problematic, just in terms of malfunction detection testing, not in terms of emissions testing. For emissions testing, we're okay. But for malfunction detection testing, it does pose a bit of a problem. And that's because it does not give us uniform, repeatable conditions over which we can test the monitor's performance. And of course, different manufacturers can run this test differently. It can, this is kind of giving us a pause for trying to understand how we would integrate it into an OBD demonstration test program. So we do have a proposal to deal with this one. And if we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So so here's our proposal. If a monitor needs a steady state cycle to be demonstrated, okay, what we're proposing is that if it's a variable speed engine less than or equal to 560 kilowatts, that we would just require the RMC. So the discrete mode cycle would not be allowed. And the reason for that is that, you know, this group of engines also has to do the NRTC. And if they can do the NRTC, there's definitely no technical concern or limitation in terms of being able to do the RMC. Okay, so that's how we would propose to handle that group of engines. Now, if you're a variable speed engine greater than 560 kilowatts, or if you're a constant speed engine, then what we would propose is to kind of go back to the default, which is that the manufacturer can choose either the discrete mode cycle or the RMC. But, and this is the catch, if the manufacturer chooses the discrete mode cycle, they need to attempt to follow the RMC as closely and repeatably as possible. So yeah, kind of vague, fuzzy language here, but the idea is just to, given whatever dynamometer limitations a manufacturer might have, to just follow as best they can the RMC, where it's just, you know, we're not going to define like percentages of like, oh, how much time plus or minus X or whatever. Just give it your best shot and be as repeatable as possible. So when you just kind of do it the same way each time. So that's our proposal for how to manage steady state cycle demonstration tests. And yeah, so we want to hear back from manufacturers about kind of what they think about this, if it's reasonable, anything we're missing, yeah, just let us know. Next slide, please. There's a little bit out of order. Let's jump one more slide. Actually, we'll come back to this. One more slide. Yeah. Okay. So another topic has to do with off-road engines that are less than 56 kilowatts. So as we've met with manufacturers, and we've come to understand that these small engines might have some special challenges facing them when it comes to meeting all of these OBD requirements. And so we are thinking about ways that make sense to sort of lessen the burden on these small engines, which are typically, you know, they're lower value engines, often a much simpler design, a simpler electronic control modules, if at all. so we want to kind of give this group a little bit of special attention to see where we can simplify things. So one of those areas has to do with how we are presently defining the scope of OROBD. Right now, the regulation applies these requirements to all Tier 5 electronically controlled engines. Um, so, so one thought was, okay, maybe we can specify some minimum degree of electronic control, because right now it doesn't distinguish. Like you could have a really fancy, high-end engine control module that does tons of things, or you could have a very, very, very basic control module which only controls, fuel injection timing or something. Um, the regulation really does not distinguish, and all of those get pulled into OBD. So we'd like to hear uh, what manufacturers think might be a way of perhaps coming up with some definition that makes sense, that will make it a bit easier for these small engines, in particular if they're starting off with extremely rudimentary control modules. Another idea that popped up had to do with comprehensive component monitors, in particular the rationality monitoring requirements. So the idea here is, for these small engines, would it make sense to have some flavor of reduced rationality monitoring for additional input components? And so, sort of the classic example of what a reduced or simpler rationality monitor would simply be like a stuck sensor monitor. So the input, it's stuck, it's in range, so it's a valid number, but it's actually it's stuck at a particular value. So those are a couple of ideas that we're thinking about, but yeah, we would like to hear other ideas from industry to see if there's some ways that we can make life a little easier for the small guys. Okay, next slide, please. All right, NOx mass accuracy requirements. So just like in on-road OBD, what we're proposing is a specification on the NOx mass calculation that is done by the OBD system. And this pops up in the OR real section, that tracking requirement. So what we have in the on-road context is this requirement that the accuracy of the NOx mass calculations be plus or minus 20%, or plus or minus 0.1 grams per brake horsepower hour relative to the lab result when operated over like the FTP cycle. So this particular requirement was developed in the context of a 0.2 gram on-road engine, and thus far we're seeing that as the data has been coming in, on-road manufacturers comply with this pretty easily. So we need to have some equivalent element in the off-road context. And so we do have one noteworthy reference, of course, the Southwest Research Institute NOx sensor project that's going on right now. We intend to look closely at that data to have a reference point. And as usual, we are interested in hearing industry's feedback on this topic as well. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay, we're moving on to another monitor. In this case, it's for OBMD engines, the tailpipe NOx sensor diagnostic. It's another unique monitor, at least for us OBD staff. It's a kind of a new approach that we're proposing, which is that for the tailpipe NOx sensor, which is critical, key, essential for OBM to work, we're proposing a kind of a unique diagnostic threshold, and that is that we'd want the OBD system to detect a malfunction if the sensor experiences deterioration or some other failure that causes the NOx mass calculation error to exceed a certain value, some plus or minus to be determined value, some amount of grams per kilowatt hour as measured over an applicable cycle. So what that means is the OBD system would need to have multiple offset and gain, etc. Monitors that are calibrated with thresholds that correspond specifically to this to be determined level of error. And so so we want to hear a little bit from industry about this one as well. And again, we are certainly going to scrutinize data from the Southwest NOx sensor project to help here too. And yeah, so that's that one. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay. Now let's talk about the OBMD demonstration engine. So as Sana mentioned earlier, we're proposing a couple of options for that demonstration engine. One is simply the very same engine, or it doesn't have to be the same engine, but an engine aged using the same method as is done for tailpipe certification, exact same procedure, or a low-hour emission stabilized engine with a full useful life tailpipe NOx sensor. So what you're seeing from this is that we don't really care so much if the engine is just this emission stabilized low hour engine, doesn't have a lot of use on it, or if it's already been through a like the same procedure that tailpipe cert defines. Not too important for this particular monitor, the OBM monitor, or all of the other OBMD demos. So, but we did want to use a NOx sensor that is not just brand new, right off the shelf, and ideally something that is we have here, quote unquote, full useful life. So we've had some discussions about what that means, and what would make sense for producing a NOx sensor like that. And that's really what we want to explore further is what would be some acceptable ways of producing this type of sensor. And one idea that popped up is actually very similar to what Southwest is doing now, which is having multiple NOx sensors in the tailpipe position while you are aging your certification engine, for example, so that you can produce multiple of these sort of aged sensors simultaneously. So you get multiple test parts available. That seemed to be a pretty efficient and expeditious way of at least getting some aging done on this sensor. And so, yeah, so we'd like to hear if there are other methods that would be interesting and appropriate here. And so, yeah, we're all ears there. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. Okay, so I think we've covered all of the main topics that we'd like to hear about. And with that, I think we can now begin our Q&A session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sana and Paul. I'll begin with reading off the questions we received in the Q&A box. First one is from Jody Thea. Is there more context that can be shared regarding deletion of J1979-2? Will CARB consider to allow both J1939 and J1979-2 as originally proposed and as aligned to heavy-duty requirements?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, for the question. And like we were talking about earlier, we do want to hear from manufacturers that are like very interested in using 1979-2 in the off-road context. The door is not shut on that protocol. It's just that we had the impression that there wasn't going to be much interest with off-road equipment. So if you do have interest in this protocol, please let us know. Just we should have like a vote or something, but no, just let us know, and we'll definitely take that into consideration. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Next question from Joe Kim Polly from Volvo GTT, Volvo Penta, and Volvo VCE. We would like to keep SAE J1979-2 OBD protocol since it is in our platform as well as our service tools.
Yes. So yeah, thank you, Joachim. Yes. So we hear you, and thank you for letting us know that you are very interested in that protocol. So thank you.
And just a quick reminder before I move on to the next question, you may also raise your hand if you would like to actually ask your question instead of writing a written response. Next question is or comment from George Lynn, would be good to not mix grams per kilowatt hour with grams per brake horsepower hour for standards. Okay. Go on to the next question. Also from George Lynn, for NOx sensor, did you want to comment on that, Paul?
Oh, actually, it looks like did we skip one at 917?
Oh yes, thank you. From Prasanna Venkatesh from IAV Automotive Engineering, for a system with SCR, the OBMD proposal does not indicate about SCR and EGR-based NOx-related performance monitors. Are they not required for OBMD system for Tier 5?
That's correct. So Persona, you're correct. They are not part of the OBMD proposal. And the idea is that the OBM NOx monitor would essentially cover, like an umbrella, those other components. So yeah, so that's correct.
Next question is also from Joachim Hawley from Volvo GTT. I think SOVD, Service-Oriented Vehicle Diagnostic, will be mature before Tier 5 is required. It is based on REST API on HTTP, both wired and wireless.
Yeah, I think I took that question, Martha. So, Yoakum, I believe your question was, or your comment was related to our embedded scan tool slide. I'm not too sure if you're saying that the SOVD would basically meet all of the criteria, equivalency criteria that Paul mentioned in the presentation. If that's the case, then it would qualify for, we as an embedded scan tool if it meets the requirements. So if it's going to be mature by the time of Tier 5, which I'm not too sure if you realize that it begins in 2029, is when stage 1 standardization begins. So if that's the case, it seems like if you believe it meets all of the criteria, then maybe you should come and talk to us directly.
Thank you, Jason. On to the next question from George Lin. For NOx sensor aging and diagnostics, what happens if the NOx sensor is a maintenance item and replaced at half of useful life? Is the aging then to half of useful life?
Martha, I think you skipped a question 947. There was one.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was the comment on the grams per kilowatt hour. I read that one, but I can read it again.
Yeah, I think he wanted to just respond to it.
Okay, sorry. Comment
yeah,
from
yeah. George, I think you mentioned that in relation to Paul's slide that mentioned what the on-road heavy duty OBD NOx accuracy requirements are, which are in grams per brake horsepower hour. It was not our intention to use those same units for Tier 5. It was just for informational purposes. Paul was just saying that, hey, this is what it is for on-road, and we're trying to figure out what is the proper thing to do for off-road OBD. And we could easily have changed the units to 0.1333, but we're intending to use the grams per kilowatt hour units.
Perfect, thank you. Now to the next question from George Lin as well. For NOx sensor aging and diagnostics, what happens if the NOx sensor is a maintenance item and replaced at half of useful life? Is the aging then to half of useful life?
Yeah, that's a good question, George. We thought about this, and Chris Sharp mentioned that aspect to us too. It seems to make sense that it would be half of useful life, but we'll have to probably discuss this a little bit more internally. I don't know, Paul, do you have more to add on this? Have you kind of thought about this?
No, not more than what you've indicated. But yeah, we'll certainly take that into consideration.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question is from Jung Ho Kim from Hyundai Infracore. He has two questions. The first question is, in case of OBMD, is the EGR system monitoring needed as CCM, or is not the EGR monitoring needed because the tailpipe NOx is monitoring directly?
That is, okay, for OBMD, there is no EGR system monitoring required as Mr. Kim noted. However, CCM requirements do apply for any of the components that like the sensors and so forth and output components that are involved with it, but there's no like system performance monitor for it because the OBM monitor should account for like the NOx like exceedances. So that is correct. Did you want to, Martha, did you want to read the other questions or did you, because you stopped at number one?
Yes, I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that one. For number two, according to the draft Tier 5 regulation, the certification critical parameters are defined, and the SCR outlet temperature sensor is needed for data stream. I think this means the SCR outlet temperature sensor is mandatory, but the SCR outlet temperature sensor is also defined as so equipped. It is confusing.
Okay. I believe the answer, and Paul, you can interject if I have it wrong, is that everything is so equipped. So I think how it's written in our reg proposal is that if you have any of these sensors that provide this information, you should output SCR outlet temperature. So you don't have an SCR outlet temperature sensor, then you wouldn't need to output it. Correct, Paul?
Yeah, and part of the issue is that these requirements apply to both
Rio.
OBD and OBMD engines, those with SCR and without. So if you are an SCR equipped engine, then that SCR outlet temperature would be mandatory.
Okay, thanks for
Perfect.
clarifying, Paul.
Next question is from Jody Theot. What is the best way to comment on J 1979-2? Question mark. Email to Mr. Wong or a public comment?
On J 1979-2, you could email me directly. Is that okay with you, Jenna?
Yes, of course.
Next question is from Mukesh Patel. Why aren't any of the questions visible in the Q&A panel? So
I'll
we'll go
take
to
that
Jenna.
one. Yeah, so traditionally what as part of this Zoom package, the Q&A only shows up to our Zoom panelists. We're going to add the questions so that everybody can see them in the chat because I know that some of them have been long, and that will be helpful for everybody. So Kim's adding them.
Jenna and Kim. Next question is from Chad Grugel. Why has CAR proposed to age the tailpipe NOx sensor to FUL? Off-road cert presentation slide 17 for reference. While the OBM NOx diagnostics is MIL required only to the end of the emissions warranty period, this will go to Paul.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chad. Yes, it's correct. The OBM NOx monitor is only going to be able to turn the mill on through the end of the warranty period. However, it needs to continue functioning for the actual life of the engine. So it will still be able to store fault codes that will be available if somebody is downloading the data, or you know, for any other purpose aside from warranty related elements. So we do want to make sure that the an aged NOx sensor is going to be part of the picture. Yeah, it's just that the only difference is the mill just won't be on beyond that warranty period.
Thank you, Paul. Next question is also from Chad Grugel. Kim has put this question in the comments as well. 2422E 2D1B identifies the real tracking requirements, specifically bins 1 through 13, that are defined by SCR outlet temperature. For engines that may utilize the OBMD option through installation of a NOx sensor but have no SCR outlet temperature sensor, how does this requirement apply? This will go to Paul.
Well, that's a good question, Chad. Yeah, yes, we do need to think about that for that corner case of engines that do not have SCR, and but first, regardless, they have a NOx sensor in the exhaust system. Yeah, how do we tailor the real tracking requirements for that case? So that's something that we do need to work on, Chad. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Next question from Dichu Babaruraj. Kim has put it in the chat. He is from VCE. Could you elaborate more on MAD? What is the main difference from IUMPR? So go to Paul.
Yep. So MAD, yes. MAD it's what you feel when things don't go your way. No, sorry. Yeah. Difference between MAD and IUMPR. So traditional IUMPR, that's what we have in on-road. This is where we track monitor activity data with a lot of special conditions as far as whether individual monitors are enabled or disabled, or looking at different types of denominators, special denominators for monitors that rely on regen events to run, for example. So and then traditional IOMPR, you group these monitors into certain categories and report the lowest activity from that group, the sort of the least frequently running monitor from that group. MAD is very different because it is going to be tracking the activity of all monitors that can turn on the mill. It's not going to be a subset of like the major monitors, as in traditional IUMPR, and it's not going to be grouped. You'll have a very high resolution picture of what the activity is for each monitor, and but it's simpler in the sense that there's no special denominators, and they each monitor is accumulating its activity data in a I'll say a mini numerator, value that will get divided by a mini denominator value to produce this ratio, which will be stored for that individual monitor. And that ratio gets updated every essentially 255 qualifying trips. So yeah, there's a lot of details, but that's kind of an overview. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Next question is from Rosa Vizara. For the new proposal, will the 5% still stand? Can you elaborate?
Um, 5%. I'm not, let's see, I'm trying to think what the 5% refers to. Maybe you can type that in the Q&A.
Or can she unmute herself and ask the question? If not, she can type it in the Q&A. We'll get to it.
It's for the production in regards to the options, volume allowance under ABT credits.
Okay, yes, I had a feeling. So actually, I'll take that. So that question is part of our afternoon session regarding the Tier 5 proposal. So this section or session is only focused on the OBD slide content that we're going through now. So we'll get to that one. Let's hold on and put a pin in that one, and we'll get to that in the afternoon session.
Thank you, Jenna. For our next question, we have a question from Jens Weyers. Can the temperature downstream SCR be taken from SCR temperature model instead of a sensor? So go to Paul.
That's a good question. Right now, we are intending it to be an actual signal from a sensor. Yeah, if you feel really strongly about a model, maybe we can talk about it, but we haven't really contemplated that option at this point.
Thank you, Paul. Next question from Ufuk Sentol from Volvo Penta. Is there any projection of specific thresholds for MAD similar to those in IUMPR?
That's a good question. We are contemplating a kind of a very low kind of sign of life bar, a low bar that would be not as high as like what you see in on-road minimum ratios, but some value that kind of gives us a bit of a target, something that we can refer to help make sure that the monitors actually run in the real world, is something we're thinking about. But that's another topic that we would like feedback on too. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Next, I believe we have two comments from Joachim Pauli. First one is IUMPR functionality in major monitors. Second is MAD centralized functionality and DEM much simpler to implement.
I agree. Thank you.
For our next question, it'll be from George Lin. What if an SCR system does not have a physical SCR outlet? temperature sensor. Does OBD mandate that an outlet temperature sensor must be added?
Yeah, similar question earlier. So yeah, we can talk about that. Try to understand the case for something other than an actual temperature sensor. But again, you know, out the gate, that's kind of what we're envisioning at this point.
Thank you, Paul. Next question is from Chad Grugel with 3 questions. Can CARB confirm MAD only applies to regulated diagnostic requirements? Can CARB outline the basis for the 0.05 monitor activity ratio limit in the draft proposal? What portion of noncompliance criterion is CARB referring to for MAD in review of the related PVE requirements?
Yes, so currently applies to regulated. Yes, correct. So MAD would only apply to those diagnostics that are capable of turning on the mill. That's how we define it. And as for your second question, I outlined the basis for the 0.05 monitor activity ratio limit in the draft proposal. Yes. So yes, as Chad points out, sort of our kind of first stab kind of value for a minimum monitor activity ratio limit is this 0.05 value. It's basically 50% less than the sort of initial heavy duty on-road value of 0.1, which has subsequently increased to 0.3. But it seemed to be in that, you know, the point one was a sort of sort of a beginner kind of entry level value in the on-road context. We understand that the off-road world is much more diverse and you know, a lot of different types of equipment, duty cycles, and so on. So we wanted to reduce that value even further. What came to mind is just cutting it in half, 0.05, and let's see what people think about that. So yeah, we're listening to comments there. And then the third part of the question, what portion of non-compliance criterion is CARB referring to? Referring to format in review of the related PVE requirements. Yeah, so that's yeah, this topic of what value would actually constitute non-compliance is also kind of up for discussion. So we don't have an answer for that yet, but it's on the table. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Those are all our written questions for now. I'll be moving on to verbal questions. Chad,
Oh wait,
There was
oh,
one
yes.
more, Martha.
Okay. 1017, correct? Okay. Chad Grugel, has CARB considered the need for special denominators with the drafted monitor activity ratios proposed given the unique operation of key components, example, NOx sensors? This will go to Paul.
Yeah, we really haven't thought about adding special denominators into the MAD arena. And really the thought there was to try to keep it as simple as possible, so that essentially all of the monitors are in lockstep. The values that you see are just a reflection of actual activity, um, on a uniform basis. Um, so I think rather than getting into special denominators, I think we'd first like to think about what ratios would make sense for like minimum ratios. What minimum ratios would make sense in light of uh, not incorporating special denominators. That's one thing. And then another sort of area to look at would be if there's certain categories of monitors that um, would would either have different minimum or yeah, or have some other kind of special treatment. So yeah, but good question.
Thank you, Paul. Next question is from Patrick Thompson. What is the best way to seek forward compatibility for OEMs choosing to certify with next-gen non-resistive PM sensors? For example, does the proposed sensor heater monitor requirement effectively exclude certification with next-gen sensors that don't utilize heaters?
Good question, Patrick. We certainly don't want to do that. We certainly wouldn't want to exclude. We wouldn't want any of our requirements to exclude a next gen sensor. Um, so that I think that would be understood more as an as equipped type monitoring requirement. Like if the sensor does have heater, then we would want that heater to be monitored. So yeah, hopefully there isn't some language in there that is kind of suggesting that or problematic. So if there is, yeah, just let us know.
Thank you, Paul. Now we will be moving on to the verbal questions. Chad Grugel, you can unmute yourself to ask or comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. My questions initially, and I'll probably have a few. I'll keep raising my hand as we go. But the first one's at a high level. Commonization requirements is important given in the off-road market, a lot of common applications, common architectures and solutions, and these are implemented around to global customers in the US, EU, South America. What is the process and activity for CARB to consider alignment with other regional diagnostic requirements? For example, NCD, PCD in Stage 5 EU.
Hey, Chad, this is Jason. We haven't given too much thought about aligning. We have looked at like some of what Europe or China's doing regarding their diagnostic requirements or like OMD requirements. I think they call it just OBM. Never mind. But I don't think what they have there, from what we've seen, is meets our needs. It's some of it looks like a lot of their um, diagnostic requirements aren't really diagnostics, but more for like tampering. So it's not for like deterioration, it's more for like, hey, you tampered it, then like you have to detect it. So because of their more their requirements are more lax, we haven't we think alignment might be difficult. I didn't catch all of the acronyms you mentioned as far as aligning. So um if can you repeat those acronyms again? You said
Yeah, so if you can still hear me, I gave an example as PCD, which is a particular control diagnostic. So it's their equivalent of monitoring, PM control.
yeah, I think that one's more for like tampering from our understanding with really that's how the requirement is kind of taken. So we did take a look at it, but we didn't think it is something that we can go that route. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason and Chad. Next, it will go to Nathan Pewter.
Please go ahead and unmute yourself, Nathan. If not, we can go back to Chad.
Chad, did you still have any other question or comment?
There I am. Yeah, I got a pile of them. So the
Go ahead.
the other question, not related to the first, was specifically application of off-road OBD to constant speed engines. Has CARB taken kind of any other considerations about the challenges associated with applying off-road OBD into constant speed applications? I know there was a slide Paul had created about the testing of constant speed engines as it pertains to RMC versus discrete mode, but I think there's more challenges that will present themselves given so there's unique and very limited operational modes that a lot of these applications can experience in the field. And so this could yield inconsistent results when attempting to design diagnostics around the concepts, considering MAD, considering fault demonstration during certification testing. And so are there any other, other considerations CARB has taken into how we might apply off-road OBD to constant speed engines, or even considering further limitations of off-road OBD to constant speed applications?
Yeah, we're certainly willing to hear out if manufacturers have identified particular challenges that are unique to constant speed engines, much in the way that we're giving some additional kind of special consideration to engines that are less than 56 kilowatts. So rather than us kind of speculating what those challenges might be, we'd like to hear what industry has identified as challenges, and ideally, hear some alternatives that would make sense for those types of engines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. I'll move on to the next person. Nathan, if you are still here and would like to ask your question or comment, you may unmute yourself. Okay. I will move on to the next person. Grant Suzer, you may unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So I had a question about the, I guess, producing the full useful life knock sensors for the engine testing. I guess you had mentioned, one methodology that's possible to produce the full useful life NOx sensors was, I guess, traditional engine aging of an after treatment system. And I was wondering if, other accelerated aging methodologies for aging after treatment systems like DAC would also be considered.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, at this point we're definitely listening to alternatives. So yeah, they're all on the table at this point. And and when you mention DAC in particular, um, yeah, like if that is being used in the context of like a tailpipe engine aging protocol, um, then that would definitely be on our radar screen for an option. And is it truly producing a full useful life bona fide sensor at the end of that protocol? It's like you know I don't think we have an appetite to get into sweating some of those details. And if the engine is ready for has gone through the full like tailpipe cert procedure, and you've had a few NOx sensors along for the ride, in the tailpipe. We're kind of warming up to that idea, but that does incorporate an accelerated aging protocol, at least for the after treatment part. So, but yeah, we're open to ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grant and Paul. Just a quick reminder, you can either submit your written questions in the Q&A box or ask a verbal question by raising your hand. And if you are calling in, you can use #6 to mute and unmute yourself. We do have a question from Alagurajan Haran. Hello, on the CCV diagnostic, will there be a particular requirement from a design point of view? This will go to Jason.
You'll need to unmute
Yeah.
yourself, Jason.
I was like toggling back and forth and had this sticky finger, apparently. Anyway, you can hear me now, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, no, we're not going to require a particular design for the CCV diagnostic. So, it's we're just gonna put the requirements in there and a performance requirement in there and leave it at that. That's what we typically do for OBD. Hope that answers this question.
Thank you, Jason. And Grant, do you have another question or comment?
I think while people are trying to figure out if they have another verbal, it says if people join via web browser, I don't think there's an option to unmute. So would you be unmuting people like Nathan who wasn't able to connect? Do you unmute them, Martha, or how does that work?
That is correct. If you raise your hand and would like to ask a verbal question or provide a verbal comment, I can allow you to speak and then you can unmute and mute yourself.
Okay, so if Nathan wants to ask his question again, we're here to unmute him. And I know Chad said that he had more questions, so we can take your questions, all of your questions now, Chad. and Martha will unmute you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I was trying to be equitable here.
And I appreciate that.
All right. I'll go by subject because I have a few questions organized by kind of topic. So the first one is data stream. The draft proposal, as you guys included, has the engine cooling system inputs outputs within the defined list of parameters to track in data stream. What's the purpose of inclusion of all these parameters within the system, even though that system's not within the scope of OBMD or OBD?
Is Mike on the line? You want to take that one?
Can Chad, sorry, Mike, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so Chad, in the original proposal, we were just going to be very simple and comprehensive, just saying all the inputs and outputs on the engine. And then we transitioned from that to a list, but we still want the list to be fairly comprehensive. Certainly cooling system component malfunctions can definitely have an impact, at least on traditional OBD systems for sure. It remains to be seen how much on off-road OBD systems, but they can certainly have an impact on emission controls. So that's kind of the thinking there, and to provide kind of a maximum level of standardized data stream for the components on the engine.
Okay, so it seems like the answer is more aligned with than traditional OBD. Then related, the draft proposal also includes data stream parameters for the engine lubrication system, which is not only not monitored or not part of the OBMD or OBD system, but is largely not emissions related.
Frankly, sometimes we do see those in OBD, perhaps more so as we have more stringent GHG requirements and sort of engine controls become more sophisticated from that perspective. So it was, again, it was kind of going along the lines with the original thinking that we were going to keep it simple and just say all the inputs and outputs from the engine, and we then became with a more discrete list, but we included some of the things that we just know or tend to be there.
All right, and then related, kind of this is more technical question of implementation. There's a section that identifies the parameters to be included within data stream and calls out any additional physical inputs outputs. So it seems like you did get specific with system, but then there's still kind of this provision of any additional physical inputs and outputs. What is the definition of physical input output? And does this only include physical inputs and outputs that are equipped on the engine, thereby excluding virtual inputs and outputs like models? And does this exclude CAN messages from various controllers?
I think, Mike, did you want to answer that one?
I can repeat each question.
Yeah, it does not. I'm not sure if I have your entire question in mind, Chad, but it would not include virtual ones and CAN messages.
All right, that was a short but good answer to a long question.
But certainly, if I don't have the entire list in mind, but there if some of the name parameters are via CAN, then we certainly would want to include those. And kind of what I have in mind there is something like a NOx sensor. So I kind of have to caveat my answer and might have to go back and look at the reg language.
Okay, suggesting that even if it's a CAN message, but it's a specific input that's called out.
Yes.
Okay. Final question for data stream. To confirm, CARB will then exclude inputs and outputs from data stream where not equipped then, right, in all cases? I think this was related to a question earlier where there's nothing in the reg that will force the application of a sensor in order to meet a data stream requirement.
Maybe Jason or Paul can answer that one.
Well,
The thing we're
So-
talking about is SCR outlet temperature, but Paul, if you have more insight or maybe other components in mind.
Yeah. So I wanted to look back at the certification critical parameters. That is a short list of essential parameters, and I'm trying to see, is there something here that, yeah, I don't know if there's an issue with something in that short list. I think we'd need to know about that. Yeah, and within that short list, yes, we had SCR outlet temperature indicated, but parenthetically said 4 engines with SCR. So, but the other items listed, like, barometric pressure, ambient air temperature, it's like our presumption is that these are engine coolant temperature, like these are going to be required, and largely because they're going to be there anyway. But this list was kind of a combination of things that our PEMS people felt they needed, and items that in-use compliance was also looking for.
So largely those sensors may be available, but maybe not entirely, right? So if there is a design that somehow manages to not use a particular input, the rule, the OBD requirement will not require installation of that input strictly for data stream.
So Chad, is your question relative specifically to the OBD system using those inputs or the emission control system using them?
I guess my question was specific to diagnostics, but I suppose by rule, you guys don't mandate particular design.
We don't mandate particular designs, but if you have inputs to emission controls, we certainly want to capture those in data stream. And so maybe I do want to reconsider the answer I gave earlier, in that if the engine manufacturer is working with the equipment manufacturers to maybe they have build specs that when the engine is installed, certain network parameters have to be provided to the engine for the emission control system to do its job. Then I and those are coming over CAN, then I think those are ones that we need to look at. And that, some examples of those might be, and Paul maybe can help me out with the language. I think we kind of have a catch-all that, if you have inputs and outputs from AECDs, those have to be in data stream. And I don't think we make a distinction whether those components are hardwired or networked.
Well, we do say any physical inputs and outputs used by AECDs which are not already listed above. So it's a substantial list above that part. And so if in that list above there is something which is not a actual physical signal, then yeah, we'd need to see it. But then that specific language that mentions physical inputs and outputs used by AECDs that are not listed above is that little catch-all at the end, which is not quite catch-all, not all, but at least catching those remaining physical inputs and outputs that are used by the AECD, if that makes sense.
I think the question of large data, we may have to follow up. Maybe I can kind of stream something a little bit more clear in that regard. I think it was mostly answered, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, and certainly, Chad, as you follow up, if you can bring some specific examples that we can talk through, that
Yeah, I think that would help the conversation. I agree.
Yep, we would appreciate that.
All right. The next question is about PM system diagnostics. Can CARB confirm the requirements to diagnose active intrusive injection malfunction include both external hydrocarbon injection hardware as well as in-cylinder post-injection?
Yes. So the current proposal does include both post injections as well in cylinder post injections as well as in the after treatment system.
All right, thank you. And a follow-up, in the interest then of trying to simplify diagnostic requirements in this highly complex off-road world, has CARB considered including a test out for this requirement?
Test out. No, we haven't at this point. But perhaps that's something we can talk about and take back.
All right, and for specifically for the frequent regeneration requirement that has now been put into the draft proposal, the off-road market obviously contains a variety of applications. You're going to keep hearing this over and over again, and usage profiles. Is CARB able to provide guidance on a frequent regeneration threshold definition, considering the variety we have of applications use profiles that can lead to, again, a variety of regeneration frequencies during conditions?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So right now, our proposal was actually pretty simple, and it was that you detect a malfunction when the manufacturer's specified design limits for allowable frequency are exceeded. So it kind of put that one in the manufacturer's hands.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next one is OBMD NOx thresholds. The draft proposal and the presentation include thresholds separately for bin B, which has been associated with the low load operation. And it's set at the same threshold as bin C, which is associated with higher load operation. The low load cycle currently being proposed in the emissions limits portion of the regulations were specifically set higher. So what's the rationale then for setting the same limit in bin B when higher limits should be considered?
Yeah, I think the bin B threshold of 0.6, which yes, same as bin C, is a factor of 10, if I remember right. It's a factor of 10 over the LLC emission standard. And while that is different from the factor for bin C, which I think would be like factor of 15 times or something like that. They're both like, hefty multiples over the standard and are at a level that is very identifiable and distinguishable, at least for OBD systems in the on-road context that that we're familiar with. So sort of the, 0.4-ish kind of gram per brake horsepower hour type level. So that was kind of the reference point, more than trying to keep the multiplier consistent.
So was it just to simplify the thresholds around a common value?
Yeah, and they both, they both have a large margin relative to their underlying emission standard.
All right, and related, what is the basis for CARB to retain the 3B mall concept for OBMD? As some know, but some may not. Heavy duty that initially incorporated the 3B mall is now working towards a 2B mall where they're combining bin B and bin C.
I don't know if Jenna, somebody on your side wants to talk about 3B mall.
Yes, I can answer this question. So currently, CARB has a contract with Southwest. We have done this off-cycle real-world testing with the low ultra low Tier 5 engines, and currently the team is analyzing the data using both the 2-beam mall method and the 3-beam mall method. So our current proposal it still says 3-beam mall, but we're still waiting for that analyzed result come out. And in later this year, when we release our test procedures, we'll kind of incorporate the findings from this project. So yeah, for sure, the 2-beam mall is in considerations.
From a diagnostic standpoint, does CARB OBD staff expect to align?
Paul, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're the caboose on the train. so we're supporting whatever Jenna's team kind of settles on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad and Paul.
I have a couple more, actually.
Okay. Go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'm sorry, just a couple more. Both of these questions are kind of related to maybe the equipment side impacts. There are off-road applications. The question is going to be around mill and the data link connector. While industry has expressed appreciation for CARB considering options like embedded service tools and Ethernet forms of communication, there are off-road applications that exist that have multiple control panels or even no control panels based on the application. Has CARB considered the issues of the current draft prescriptive language that you've included? For example, the draft suggests a mill within the primary control panel, but there are some applications where there are multiple primary panels. There's not one, there are multiples. Has CARB considered and is CARB open to more options to support operator notification instead of the restrictive language that they've proposed, like including a requirement to notify the owner via the owner manual or audible alarms or alternatives to the restrictive mill?
I thought we baked in actually a pretty good amount of flexibility already, but as I'm looking at our language, yeah, so there's where is that? Yeah, so we say, for example, if it's not technically feasible for the connector to meet the requirements of, oh, sorry, that's the connector. You're talking about just the mill itself.
I'm going to be talking similar about the connector. So,
oh, okay. Okay, well, yeah, if our current language somehow is not addressing some challenges that are the reality, then I guess we'd like to hear some more details about that. And yeah, we could contemplate some alternatives.
And there was a similar question then on the diagnostic connector side. So again, citing the fact that the off-road market has an incredible diversity of applications, and ultimately they have to be serviced, and we have to provide support to the customers. So again, I'm hoping the answer is the same, but has CARB considered the issues of prescriptive language in the draft proposal for the data link connector? For example, the draft is prescriptive on accessibility. But such language, it might present safety issues as a result of the accessibility. There may be instances where we need to locate the the data link connector or provide different levels of accessibility to ensure safety to the consumer. Is the answer going to be the same? Do you remain open to additional options to support, like, say, access panels and locations that are not specific to the control panel or the operator location?
So yeah, so the piece of language that I found just now was our attempt at addressing some of that diversity. So, and I'll just read it. So, if it is not technically feasible for the connector to meet the requirements mentioned above, the connector may be located in an alternate location or may be covered if the manufacturer applies a durable label to the exterior of the equipment that indicates the location of the connector, and the connector location is accessible by hand without requiring the use of tools or removal of parts.
And so
We
taking that as an example, and I thank you for the reading, but let's say it's technically feasible, but maybe not safe.
not safe. Okay. Yeah. If
And
yeah.
maybe we need to come back with specifics, but that was kind of the onus for the comment
Oh,
was to separate something that might be technically feasible, but maybe not appropriate.
okay. Yeah, if there, yeah, let us know about that safety angle. We can talk about that.
Chad, are you concerned that like someone's going to plug in the scan tool and operate it at the same time? Couldn't scan tool be read, key on, engine off?
No, I just think there's instances where service operation, let's say at a very high level, and again, I think we probably have an action to come back with specifics and examples, but at a high level, the area of operation of a particular piece of equipment does not necessarily align with the area of service and support for a particular piece of equipment. Uh, there may be a very highly elevated cab that requires climbing in order to access, for example, the control panel. But from the service side, there may be an alternative need to access some other location on the piece of equipment. And so the idea was just that we don't want language so prescriptive that it prevents us from designing equipment that's safe to service.
Okay, I think the language that Paul quoted with the label would work, but if you still have like questions on this, yeah, you can submit it to us and with more examples.
All right, thank you. And that was all I had. So thank you all for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chad and Paul. Now I'd like to go back to the written Q&A. First one is from Alagarajan. Can you share some details on the NOx sensor aging since it mentions multiple sensors to be aged? This will go to Paul.
Yes. So the aging of the NOx sensor to be used for OBM D engine demonstration testing. On that slide, we mentioned multiple sensors just from just as an idea of one way of creating multiple test parts, if desired, simultaneously, as the engine, the CERT engine goes through its aging protocol and is aged. That seemed like an opportunity to be able to produce a few test parts that would be available. It's not that you would have to have multiple sensors available for demo testing, but it's generally handy to have more than one if something happens to that one. So that was the only reason multiple sensors were mentioned there.
Thank you, Paul. Next question is from Jung Ho Kim from Hyundai Infracore. According to the last workshop, the engine manufacturer was able to use DAC. Now its name is changed to DERAP. Is it possible to use DERAP 800 hours aging, almost the same as 8,000 hours field aging, to make the FUL NOx sensor for OBMD demonstration? If not, would it be possible to accept the aging sample from the sensor supplier? This will go to Paul.
Yes, you're kind of thinking along the same lines that we are, which is yes, to take advantage of the certification engine aging protocol and let that be the way that you can produce that aged full useful life NOx sensor. So yeah, we're thinking along the same lines.
Thank you, Paul. Next question from John Rich from John Deere. Will multiple engine families be able to be grouped into an OBD engine family if they generally share the same diagnostic structure? This will go to Jason.
Yeah, thanks, John. We do allow grouping for of OBD engine families and ratings for certification if they have like similar equipment and similar diagnostics. There's like it's in the draft proposal. So but what would be submitted would be like the engine family or rating with the highest sales volume.
Thank you, Jason. For the next question, if a mechanic engine below 56 kilowatts doesn't equip any ECM, SCR, and NOx sensors, does it still require OBD or OBMD? This will go to Jason as well.
Yes. For this question, if it our OBD requirement specifically only applies to if the engine is electronically controlled. So if it doesn't have an ECM, it automatically is not in OR OBD. So that's that should be that's a simple answer.
Thank you, Jason. For our next question from Richard Gilpatrick, he has 3 questions. For the first question, with respect of diesel engines less than 19 kilowatts, are there any considered exemptions for emission limits or equipment exemptions of the proposed 2029 Tier 5 emissions compliance when in use on finished products, specifically a pressure washer or portable generators that are currently permitted under the exemptions for CARB/SOAR for spark ignited?
I'm a little bit confused by this question. I believe this is directed to Jenna. If Jenna
Yeah.
can respond to this one.
Yeah, I think it is too. So yeah, there are no exemptions for specifically for engines less than 19 related to pressure washers or portable generators. You'll have to, the Tier 5 requirements apply to engines that CARB has authority for. So you can look at that page on our website to check on what type of equipment we have the authority, but generally our authority is for greater than 130 kilowatts, although we have some authority less than that, and you'll have to go to the web page on that. But we do have specific emission limits for equipment less than 19 kilowatt as well as less than 8 kilowatt.
Thank you, Jenna. For the second question, for today's discussion, will OBD be required on all non-bro diesel engines and diesel engine powered products under 19 kilowatts to meet the Tier 5 emission limits?
Okay, this question is kind of similar to like the previous one I just answered. It only OBD only applies to any of the Tier 5 engine power categories that where the engines are electronically controlled. So that's the key aspect.
Thank you, Jason. For the third question, are the kilowatt limits ranges described within the proposed new Tier 5 standard based on the engine power at maximum engine performance, or the power consumed while on the product, which is often less than the max power of the engine?
I think this question I'll let Jenna answer because it's in the Tier 5 topic.
Yep. Actually, I'm gonna punt that one to Jeff Lowry.
Sure, I can attempt to answer this one. It's based on the maximum engine power, and there is a definition for that in the test procedures. That is the basis for what we set the standards on in Tier 5. There are discrete horsepower power categories, but the actual standard has to be met for the maximum engine power as defined in the regulations.
Thanks, Jeff. And I did want to go back to that other question. I think that they said specifically a pressure washer or portable generators that are currently permitted under the exemptions for Spark. So just as a reminder, so this rulemaking is for new compression ignitions. So it does not apply to SOAR.
Thank you, Jenna and Jeff. Moving on to the next question from Jens Weyers. What is the reason to add lubrication system parameters to the data stream? This will go to Jason.
Okay, yeah, I'll attempt to answer this one, and I might have to have Mike Regenfuss chime in. But like, we added this one because of we think lubrication system parameters might impact like emission controls, and especially for D rates. So that's one reason why. Mike, do you want to chime in on this one too?
Yeah, it's that, Jason, and it's kind of the stuff that we discussed earlier that we originally had, thinking of a comprehensive list or comprehensive coverage of all the inputs and outputs to the engine, and then we sort of broke that down into a more explicit specified list. But you gave an example where lubrication problems could be related to, or could sort of trigger D rates, maybe like maximum torque, maximum power D rates. And it could be on some systems that the lubrication systems are maybe more sophisticated than a simple mechanical oil pump. And they've got sort of variable pressure, variable output, and that could be done for GHG reasons. So there's kind of a couple of different reasons why we wanted to capture it.
Perfect. Thank you, Mike and Jason. I'll go back to the raised hands from Aaron Shorey. You may unmute yourself to ask your question or comment.
All right. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. So my question is on the data stream parameters, going back to when the data stream parameters, we are asking for all physical sensor inputs and outputs tied to the AECDs to be supported with data stream. My question really to CARB is, what is driving the need for all inputs and outputs to be tracked in the data stream parameters? What are the use cases for these? And in particularly with the light of OBM monitoring at the tailpipe, what is really the need for these individual sensor component data stream parameters?
Yeah, I'll take that since part of the thinking is since we don't have comprehensive monitoring in the way we do for on-road, there could be an opportunity that owners, operators, repair technicians outside the dealer network are trying to make repairs, and they're maybe making repairs more based on symptoms rather than fault codes. And this provides them the opportunity to look at sort of the spectrum of information that's being provided to the engine, and to use that data for troubleshooting and root causing.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Aaron and Mike. I'd like to ask Nathan to see if he can unmute himself to ask his question, provide a comment. Looks like we have no questions at this time. Jason and Paul, would you like to go through the slides requesting for staff feedback or feedback?
Yeah, I think Paul, you could interject, but like for the slides that the topics and slides that Paul presented, we were requesting feedback from industry. I know a lot of we've had a lot of comments and questions on some of these topics, but if you guys have any additional input or feedback on those particular topics or any other ones, please contact us. If you have some feedback you can provide now, please feel free to comment. So we still have until 12 o'clock. So you know, Chad or anyone else, feel free to continue discussions if you have any additional questions or comments.
So just as a comment, we're not going to start the tier 5 portion until 1 o'clock. So this is everybody's opportunity on the OBD side to continue the conversation while staff is available. And we will be waiting until after lunch to start the tier 5 portion. That was the public agenda. So I just wanted to make that clear. And if we don't get any more questions, then we'll just take an earlier break and then come back at 1. So we do encourage folks on the broadcast to please continue the questions if you'd like to.
Maybe just to jog folks' memories, we could just quickly show again the slides where we had a specific question where we're looking for feedback. Thanks, Martha.
Oh yeah, from there down. Yeah. Yeah, you can keep going. Yeah, like this one, for example. I am curious if yeah, this idea of how to deal with the discrete mode cycle for the really large engines and constant speed engines, that would seem to make sense. If it's yeah, it's basically an attempt to reduce the amount of variability that is possible with that discrete mode cycle. So that's one thing. You want to go to the next slide? And the next, yeah, actually this one, yeah, really curious about if for some of these small engines, if there's a certain way of delineating an amount of electronic control that, like, if you're starting with a very kind of some basic amount of electronic control, that step from there to an a controller that can fully support these OBD requirements would be just huge, just massive. Then we'd like to understand that better and potentially incorporate some description of an ECM that would be excluded from OBD. So that's kind of an important piece of this. Let's see, what's on the next slide? Oh yeah. Good old Knox mass accuracy requirements. Yep. So one thought is, if we were to kind of go with the low-hanging fruit of saying, okay, well, what about the just use the current existing on-road value? Is that going to give anybody heartburn? And of course, we are going to be getting some relevant data on this to see for sure, kind of what the picture looks like from the Southwest test project. But if manufacturers have additional inputs on this, we'd certainly like to listen. Yeah. Oh, wait, looks like we do actually have some questions now, Martha.
Yes, we received 2 questions. To jump back to the written questions, could you provide a reminder of who is responsible to obtain the OBD certification and manage compliance obligations in the context of equipment manufacturers who traditionally purchase certified engines from their suppliers?
Yeah. So we put these compliance requirements on the engine manufacturers. That's how we do it on road as well. Yeah, the engine manufacturer would hold the executive order that would cover both the tailpipe emissions kind of compliance side of things as well as the OBD compliance side.
Thank you, Paul. Next question is from Jens Wares. Regarding slide 23, would it be allowed to keep on ignition during soak time of 5 minutes once it was turned off briefly?
No. No, I think what we'd want to do is keep it off for a while, make sure the electronic control module has done all of its housekeeping. It's gone dark, as it were, just to really, fully test the ability of the system to carry over monitoring data from like a first chunk of activity into a second. Yeah, so I think we want to have it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next question from Ian Short. For CCV requirements, can we assume guidelines previously provided by CARB for LDPCV requirements are applicable to defining smallest internal diameter within a system based on design and accessibility of components, PCV, etc.?
Do you want to take that one, Jason?
Yeah, let me double check what we put in there, but it does mention, I think we did propose disconnections or break equal to or greater than the smallest internal cross-sectional area of that hose tube or line, which is identical to the on-road requirement. So in answer to Ian's question, the answer is yes.
Thank you, Jason and Paul. For the next question, how about an engine having ECM only to control fuel injection timing? Does it still require OBD or OBMD?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's something that we would like feedback on. That might be an example. If the ECM, if all it's doing is controlling fuel injection timing, maybe that would be a candidate for being excluded from OBD. So yeah, something along those lines. This is kind of what we want to get feedback on, and kind of see if there's a certain short list of functionality that would make sense for excluding an engine. So thank you.
Perfect. Those are all the written and verbal questions for now. If you'd like to continue with the slide deck.
Oh, I think I saw another one just pop up.
We got one more. What are the concepts and applications CARB has already reviewed in consideration to determine degree of electronic control?
Oh, well, it's pretty fresh, actually. It's a pretty fresh consideration. So we're kind of, yeah, we want to hear from those manufacturers that have a lot of experience with these really small engines, and how they intend, or like how they plan on complying with the other Tier 5 requirements, the tailpipe requirements of Tier 5, and understanding what those ECMs look like, and where it might make sense to draw a line. So yeah, if you have some thoughts on that, we're listening.
Thank you, Paul. We have another question from Tim Gates. What machines Are fleet owners required to comply with in-use off-road diesel-fueled emissions monitoring? Tier 5 regulations apply to engine manufacturers, while in-use off-road diesel-fueled emissions monitoring applies to fleet owners. If engine is excluded from Tier 5 regulations by means of application, is fleet owner exempt from in-use off-road emissions monitoring? This will go to Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Martha. Regarding fleet owners, there's no OR OBD requirements for fleet owners. As Paul just mentioned a few minutes ago, our OR OBD requirements only apply to the engine manufacturer. That's the where the requirements apply. They have to put diagnostics on their engines and do the submit the applications and do the required tests. So that's where the responsibility lies, is with the manufacturer, engine manufacturer.
And just as a reminder, Tier 5 applies to engine manufacturers. It's not a fleet regulation.
Thank you, Jenna and Jason. Those are the only questions. Oh, another one. Okay. This one will be from Garajan. The NOx mass accuracy requirements applies to both engine output and tailpipe. In the case of on-road, there might be accurate air mass estimation, but in the case of non-road, the spread of product with a particular engine can be varied. In that event, having an accurate exhaust mass can be challenging. Hence, this topic of 20% should be discussed.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting point that you're raising about difficulties in calculating the air mass, which so ultimately it sounds like would translate down to the exhaust mass flow rate, which we're more interested in ultimately. But in the case of non-road spread of product, the particular engine. Okay, so you're saying for a particular engine can go into a wide variety of equipment types is how I'm reading this, and that is the cause of this challenge in calculating the air mass flow. Okay, well, that's something, yeah, I'm not familiar with myself, and it would be good to learn more about that. However, I will say that this requirement is meant to be demonstrated under controlled conditions. So you know, in a test cell, an engine dyno test cell. So it's not that this so this accuracy requirement is not something that you know, we go out in the field and, you know, grab an excavator and see if the accuracy is still there, right? It's creating a benchmark in the test cell environment, engine dyno test cell environment, where we can see evidence that, you know, like over the NRTC, for example, that the lab measured number is, you know, pretty close, you know, within whatever it is, plus or minus 20% or plus or minus 0.1 or 0.1333, whatever it was, Jason, grams per kilowatt hour of the yeah, what the OBD system is producing. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Those seems to be the only questions we have.
Okay, if you want, you can scroll down and see if there's any other juicy ones down there.
There's one question that popped up. Paul, let's see. There's a question that popped up in the Q&A.
This one is from Benjamin Havel from Shell. For the OBMD demonstration test, is this required for only one fuel or maybe for D975 and D7467 if both are allowed?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, we would be following sort of the tailpipe certification side of things with regard to fuel requirements during the test. So I don't know if somebody from Jenna's group want to comment on test fuel requirements.
Well, I think there's certification fuel requirements that for testing. I think that's more of a cert question. I don't think we're making any changes to what's currently done in Tier 4. I don't know if Celso's on the line and wants to address that, or Elena.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so from the CERT perspective, if nothing is changing on the tier 5 rec side, then it would be similar to what's currently done now, where aging can use non-1065 certified fuel, and then for actual emissions demonstration, you use 1065 fuel. Whether or not that will be followed for OBD, I believe for OBD, and the OBD folks can correct me if I'm wrong. When it comes to official demonstrations, it's 1065 fuel all throughout on the on-road side. So I imagine that would be the applicability here for tier 5 OBD, but
Yep, that's
I
right.
can be corrected if I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah. So OBD is not going to change fuel test fuel requirements. Yeah.
Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Jenna and Celso.
Other places in the OBD slides where you want to discuss feedback? Or is that it?
Got a new one.
Okay, another question. Deepak Guruswamy. Has CARB considered an alternative approach to OBMD fault clearing after a successful repair without having the customer wait/operate until the specific bin has accumulated 2,400 window blocks of data?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And yeah, I do recall some discussions about, do we want to go with the traditional, 3 passes to clear type arrangement, or do something different. I think we're open to alternatives there. So it's good that you raised that question. So yeah, if industry has any particular suggestions that might make sense, we'd be happy to hear them.
Thank you, Paul. I'd also like to suggest if you have any follow-up comments or questions on any written questions, feel free to raise your hand to have a more in-depth discussion.
Okay, yeah, if you want to scroll down and keep going, keep going, keep going, and keep going. Ah, yes. Yeah, this is another one, kind of a big one. Talking about the diagnostic threshold for the OBMD tailpipe NOx sensor diagnostic. Yeah, so we do want to figure out what level of error would make sense in the context of having correlated, offset gain, whatever diagnostics that that are feasible in the off-road environment, because we know that one challenge is that for many off-road applications, if not nearly all of them, I don't know, but most of them, um, uh, you might not have a good fuel cut opportunity to do some kind of traditional NOx sensor diagnostics, like looking for an offset during a fuel cut, like is pretty common in the on-road context. So understanding some of those limitations, and understanding, like, okay, what are the diagnostic options available for off-road equipment, then what subsequently then would make sense for an amount of error over a certified cycle. So yeah, this one is would benefit from getting some additional input too. Yeah. The 11:34. I don't, Jenna, I don't think anyone would protest to have a kind of a long lunch. I'm just saying.
I don't think so either, but any last comments from others on the phone that want to unmute themselves, like Chad or others? Please feel free to do so before we sign off on the OBD portion. Just want to make sure that everybody's had an opportunity to ask their questions and provide feedback. And of course, you can do so with the OBD staff individually as well. But if not, it looks like we're wrapping up early. So we'll put up a little slide that says we'll be back at 1 p.m. and we'll handle the tier 5 portion of the workshop. All right. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you back at 1. So why don't we give people 1 minute to come back, and then I'll do a short intro, and then we'll have Shun present. We're going to start up in 1 minute at 1:02. Just let everybody trickle back from lunch. Okay. I think Martha had technical difficulties, Kim, so we're waiting for her to get back on. Oh, I see her now. Okay. Um,
Do we want to do introductions again, since
yeah,
some people might just be coming to this part?
yeah, definitely, definitely. All right, well, I hope everybody had a good lunch and is ready to start the Tier 5 portion. Again, the tailpipe portion, or the standards, however you'd like to call it. We had our OBD portion in the morning. So again, today for Tier 5, we're focusing on the changes that we've made since October 2023. So since we began the rulemaking process more than 3.5 years ago, we've held over 150 meetings with stakeholders, and we met and we've toured manufacturer facilities with EPA and listened and considered stakeholder feedback, which we really appreciate and is a big part of the process. So what have we been doing in 2025 or 2024, excuse me? We've amended our Southwest research contract, first of all, to include off-cycle testing and also on the low NOx engine. And then we've also been writing our reg language for the draft proposal, and as well as the test procedures. We've been working on the staff report, the ISOR, as well as the cost analysis, the SORIA. So we do have a slide in our presentation that goes over timing as part of the presentation, and I'll let Shun cover it. And in like the last session, we'll have a Q&A portion afterwards. So yeah, with that, I think it looks like the slides are up now. Can we start at the beginning?
Sorry, for some reason my slides are not in presentation mode.
Well, that's okay. Even if they're not, don't worry about it. They don't have to be in
Okay.
presentation mode.
Okay, perfect. I can go ahead and share.
Okay, terrific. I know sometimes there's little glitches here and there, so as long as we can see them, that's fine.
Okay, perfect.
All right, let's start with number 1. Okay, go ahead, Shun.
All right. Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Shun Nakao. I'm a air resources engineer in off-road control section under General, and today I'll talk about the summary of potential amendments to the off-road diesel new engine regulations. So next slide, please. Okay, so here's the outline. The draft proposed regulation order reflects the October 2023 workshop proposal, and then the regulation order is available at the link at the through the link at the footnote. So please take a look. I will briefly talk about Tier 5 elements and timeline. And then I will go through the summary of the changes since the October 2023 proposal listed here, and I go through each of these. Next slide, please. So here is the October 2023 proposal elements. The proposal includes many elements, including elements about lower emission standards, and improved certification and in-use reliability. And I wouldn't go through all of those elements. Again, this proposal is available at our Tier 5 website, and including all the presentation from previous workshop and then today's regulation order and today's presentation as well. So please check our Tier 5 website. Next slide, please. So here's our plan for Tier 5 timeline. We're planning to release the draft test procedure, which include more details on each option for each option for meeting Tier 5 requirements. An initial statement of reasons will be released in August next year, 2025, along with the 45-day public notice. The board hearing is scheduled to be in October 2025. And here's the status of the Southwest Research Institute demo project. Southwest Research Institute and CARB's staff developed a new off-road rollout cycle and completed technology selection, calibration, and demonstration using the certification cycles. And then more recently, they're conducting off-cycle testing and then writing up report. Next slide, please. Okay, so regarding hydrogen internal combustion engine, or ICE, so on November 28th, 2023, last year, CARB staff convened a public workshop on on-road hydrogen ICEs, and they're using California's trucks. And the presentations show the potential for hydrogen ICE to power heavy-duty trucks, which are typically powered by diesel engines. And hydrogen ICE, currently under development, typically uses port injection spark ignition. So question may arise whether hydrogen ICE using spark ignition should or can certify as compression ignition under Tier 5. And under the current off-road regulation, for any engine that is not a distinctly compression ignition engine, nor derived from such, the executive officer shall determine whether the engine shall be subject to these regulations, taking into consideration the relative similarity of the engine's torque speed characteristics with those of CI engines, which means there are already a pathway for hydrogen ICE to certify as compression ignition under current regulation. And here we propose to add clarity to the applicability of hydrogen ICE to Tier 5. Next slide, please. So the proposal is that off-road hydrogen ICE with model year 2029 and later will be required to certify as CI engines if engine employs boosted air induction, or hydrogen ICE engine is designed to operate in equipment historically powered with an off-road CI engine. With this exception, hydrogen ICE certified to the CI standards shall not be used in equipment historically powered with an off-road spark ignition engine if the equipment category is subject to phase-out requirement, such as those recently adopted for large spark ignition forklifts. Next slide, please. So here's our rationale. And we would like to ensure that hydrogen ICE, which replace diesel engines, would be certified to Tier 5 standards. And we would like to allow applications historically powered by naturally aspirated LSI engines to certify to the LSI standard. Next slide, please. Okay, so regarding credits, the October 2023 proposal did not specify requirements for hydrogen ICE. And here we propose that hydrogen ICEs would not qualify for generating carbon dioxide CO2 credits under California ABT provisions and zero emission credits. And then hydrogen ICE would qualify for California ABT credits for criteria pollutants, but not for CO2. Here's our rationale. The hydrogen ICEs do not meet CARB's definition of zero emission. And also, speaking of CO2 credits, we think that the role of hydrogen in reducing CO2 emission will be part of the PACE rulemaking, phased advanced clean equipment rulemaking, which is why we are not allowing even hydrogen fuel cell to generate CO2 credits under Tier 5. So as I mentioned later, the zero emission credits in Tier 5 is the scope of zero emission credits in Tier 5 is limited only between 2026 and 2028 model years, and during which time there is no CO2 standards. Therefore there will be no CO2 credits for zero emission equipment. Next slide, please. Okay, so regarding steady state duty cycles, the October 2023 proposal did not specify requirements for steady state duty cycles used for greenhouse gases and criteria pollutant emission testing. And here here's the change. The steady state duty cycle used for GHG emission testing shall be the same steady state duty cycle used by a manufacturer to demonstrate compliance with the applicable criteria pollutant exhaust emission standards. And we are making this change to prevent handpicking of the test results between ramped model and discrete mode steady state duty cycles. Next slide, please. Okay, so before we get into limited production volume allowance under ABT, I'd like to remind you about the four available options for meeting Tier 5 interim. So the first option is direct compliance with Tier 5 interim standard without ABT credits, so which means 100% compliance or 100% transition from Tier 4 final to Tier 5 interim. And option number 2 is 50% of engine sales within a power category at the Tier 5 final level, and then 50% at Tier 4 final level. And option 3 is direct compliance with the Tier 5 interim standards using California ABT credits. And number 4 is longer continuance of Tier 4 final compliant engines in exchange for earlier introduction of Tier 5 final compliant engines. The October 2023 proposal was based on allowances for heavy-duty highway engines under 40 CFR Part 1036-150K and would allow manufacturers to continue producing a limited number of Tier 4 final engines for 5 model years, starting with the first model year in which Tier 5 final compliance is required. And the number of Tier 4 final engines produced under this flexibility may not exceed 5% of manufacturers' annual total California production volume across all power category. And here I like to add one thing here that I like to remind everyone that in our October 2023 proposal, the proposal applied a discount credit or proposal discounted credits by 70% when carrying over Tier 4 final engines because Tier 5 final has more elements that's not covered in Tier 4. So that was the October 2023 proposal. And next slide, please. So our potential concern is that manufacturers choosing Tier 5 compliance option number 1, meaning 100% transition from Tier 4 final to Tier 5, Tier 4 final to Tier 5 final. They would no longer produce Tier 4 final engines, and then they will be forced to reintroduce Tier 4 final engines to use 5% provision under the current proposal. I'm sorry, so they made 100% transition from Tier 4 final to Tier 5 interim, but under this case, they will be forced to reintroduce Tier 4 final. So we propose to extend the applicability of 5% flexibility to both Tier 4 final and Tier 5 interim engines as applicable to the selected compliance option. A manufacturer that elects to comply with compliance option number 1 shall be required to carry over Tier 5 interim engines instead of Tier 4 final engines under this allowance. Not introduce and not reintroduce a less stringent technology. And again, in the previous slide, I mentioned the discount credits and 70% discount for Tier 4 final. Since we are introducing Tier 5 interim, we are considering smaller amount of credit discount between 30 and 50% for Tier 5 interim carried over to Tier 5 final period. And then the rationale here is to prevent manufacturers who choose compliance option number 1 from reverting back to less stringent Tier 4 final engines and provide flexibility to manufacturers producing cleaner Tier 5 interim engines. Next slide, please. So regarding the emission credits, the October 2023 proposal was to generate zero emission credits. Manufacturer would replace its production of new equipment historically powered by an off-road compression ignition engine with equipment powered by zero emission powertrain. And here we propose to limit the generation of zero emission credits to calendar years 2026 to 2028. And only up to about 130 kilowatt and would be eligible for credit generation. However, engine manufacturer may still use zero emission credits to certify engine families below 130 kilowatt. And the rationale is in anticipation of nationally harmonized federal policy for off-road zero emission equipment. Zero emission credit generation in California is limited to incentivizing early adoption of zero emission equipment at about 130 kilowatt in 2026 to 2028. And again, we may explore expanding zero emission credits under the proposed base rulemaking. And as I said before, since the scope of zero emission credits is limited to 2026 and 2028, there will be no zero emission credits for CO2 because there is no CO2 standard during this time period. Next slide, please. So regarding California ABT credits, the October 2023 proposal was that credits may be used within a single average inset applicable to any engine family across all power ranges. And the proposal did not have a limit on power categories for credit generation. And then the change regarding criteria pollutants, NOx and PM, is that we propose to limit the generation of criteria pollutant credits to about 130 kilowatt only, but it does not prevent manufacturer from using banked credits to certify engine family less than 130 kilowatt. And regarding CO2, we propose to limit the generation and use of CO2 credits to between 130 and 560 kilowatt only. And this is because standards below 130 and above 560 are capping standards, which are based on 80 percentile of industry baseline. And we don't think credits are needed for meeting baseline, current industry baseline. And then the rationale rationale for limiting the generation of credits to above 130 kilowatt is that we wanted to promote the transition from combustion engines to zero emission credits in the less than 130 kilowatt power category. And again, we consider CO2 credits are not needed for meeting capping standards, CO2 capping standards below 130 and above 560 kilowatt. Yep, next slide, please. Okay, so here is a newly proposed labeling requirements. For engines certified with California ABT credits under the California TPEM Transition Program for Equipment Manufacturers, the engine label shall state the family emission limits, APL, to which the engine is certified, regardless of the APL being more or less stringent than the standard. And we propose to require that the standard of the engine under the California TPEM be listed on the label. And we also propose to make supplemental labels mandatory for rebuilt replacement engines. We're making this proposal for enforcement purposes and to let owners know whether the engine's emissions are higher or lower than the emission standard. Next slide, please. So here are new corrective action procedure revisions. So currently, a repair label must be affixed to an engine after recall, and the manufacturer must obtain new owner information via postcards. Here we are proposing to exempt manufacturers from repair label requirements if the recall involves software changes only, and the manufacturer keeps the record of the engine serial numbers of all pieces of equipment that were inspected and or repaired, and provides the information upon request from the executive officer. And manufacturers may obtain new owner information electronically or use another format other than the postcard with postage paid. And rationale is to reduce manufacturers' compliance burden of over-the-air recalls, and also to be consistent with the more recent on-road heavy-duty labeling requirement proposal. Next slide, please. Okay, so we would like to ask feedback regarding voluntary Blue Sky series engine requirements. Blue Sky standards were previously introduced to spur innovation toward cleaner combustion engines, and we are proposing the continuation of voluntary Blue Sky series engine requirements under Tier 5. And the voluntary standard would be half of the Tier 5 final NOx and PM standards and would be eligible to earn California ABT credits. And we request feedback regarding whether Blue Sky standards would be beneficial, especially given California's goal towards zero emission under Executive Order N7920. And then we're curious if any manufacturer consider using this option. And then of course, we will continue to work with the PACE rulemaking staff, and then we are requesting feedback on all proposed changes discussed in this workshop, and then on the draft proposed regulatory language. And then before we take question, my colleague Jeff Lowry will discuss partially complete engine. So Jeff, can you unmute yourself?
Jeff, we can't
I
hear
don't hear
you.
you.
Gotta love technology. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, and thank you, appreciate that. So after Shun's presentation had been posted, we realized that there was another element that we wanted to discuss, make sure the regulated community and all stakeholders knew that we were planning to make a change. It's really more of a clarification. EPA, I believe it was in 2008, they adopted a definition for an engine such that an engine consists of a block with an installed crankshaft. California's never adopted that. EPA also adopted provisions for partially complete engines at that time and probably later. Since we haven't been back to the board in a while, California did not adopt that. So we want to clarify that we are going to align with EPA regarding partially complete engines. Number one, the definition in 1068-30, which defines an engine, California does not have that definition. It explains, again, an engine being a block with an installed crankshaft. It also describes what a complete engine is and the criteria for a partially complete engine. We're going to adopt that. Will be exactly the same as EPA. Also regarding the provisions in 1068-240 for new replacement engines. There are categories there that have special requirements for tracked versus non-tracked replacement engines. And in particular, there's sections on partially complete engines where they limit it to 0.5% of the manufacturer's production. Again, this is an area that we're going to align with EPA on. And again, that the compelling reason to align rather than to stay silent as we have is that, we do recognize that sometimes, engines are needed very quickly to replace equipment that dies in service. Emergency situations, for example, could be one case, and we wanted to minimize downtime. So this allowance would allow a manufacturer to produce a partially complete engine that could be quickly completed at the dealership or at the distributor to be put into service more quickly. And that's really the genesis and the background of why we're making this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Shun and Jeff. That concludes the Tier 5 rulemaking proposal presentation. Now we will begin the Q&A portion. For the first question, where will the recorded video of the meeting be uploaded to? As I mentioned in the beginning, the presentations are live on our CARB website. I will put a link in the chat. And this recording will be uploaded to the YouTube page, which will also be on our CARB website. For the next question, it is from Prasanna Nagabhushan Venkatesh from IAV Automotive Engineering. Prasanna has, I believe, 3 questions. Independent of what the former engine was, if the H2 ICE equipped with TWC, will it be still considered as CI ICE? Will the TWC need to be monitored for performance? Are non-boosted hydrogen ICEs not covered under CARB Tier 5? I will hand this to Shun.
Hi. So three-way catalyst is not a part of the criteria. So if you see the slide, and then even if the engine has three-way catalyst, if it meets the criteria listed in the slide, I believe number 6, then it will be required to certify as CI under our proposal. And then regarding your question about non-boosted, and again, so if the engine is not boosted and also not designed to replace engine, not designed to operate any equipment historically powered by diesel powered equipment, then it's not required to be certified as CI engine. And of course, if you have any other concern, please let us know. But that is our answer.
Thank you, Shun. For the next question from Jung-Ho Kim from Hyundai Infracore. If the engine manufacturer chooses option 3 for the Tier 5 interim using California ABT, which standard will be used for California ABT? I'm going to hand this over to Jeff.
Thank you, Martha. So in option 3, let me explain a little bit. Option 3 is very similar to option 1. So option 1 basically says that every new engine has to meet the Tier 5 interim standard. Credits cannot be used. And as you point out here in your question, the interim standard would be 0.22 grams per kilowatt hour for 130 to 560 kilowatt engines. In option 3, we allow credits to be used, but we only allow credits that have been deposited in the new California ABT bank. So engines would not be able to generate credits that are being used in option 3. They would only be able to use credits that had been transferred over from the federal government, or they would be able to use credits that were generated from early tier 5 final implementation between 2026 and 2028, or ZEV credits also between 2026 and 2028. So there is no assumption of a standard here, because that would imply the generation of credits. It would just be using the credits that have been deposited in the California bank previously to meet that 0.22 grams per kilowatt hour standard. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Jeff.
Welcome.
Next, we do have a raised hand by George Lynn. I believe you can unmute yourself to ask your question or comment.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. I have a number of questions. I'll ask one, and then if there's no more questions, then you can come back to me. My first question is in regards to excluding CO2 credits for H2 ICE, and it sounds like for the Tier 5 staff, you're saying that the PACE regulation will cover H2 ICE in terms of CO2 credits, but over on the PACE presentation, they seem to be saying that H2 ICE is not going to be considered zero emissions, and it feels like nobody at CARB wants to recognize the CO2 tailpipe emissions reduction from H2 ICE. Is there some final outcome that you would expect for H2 ICE in terms of CO2 credits?
Shun, do you want to take this, or do you want me to take a stab?
I can take a stab, but first of all, H2 ICE can generate NOx credit, PM credit, so that's there. But as you know, the CO2 credits, so that's something we should discuss with PACE staff, and then we should think more as we develop PACE role. But of course, PACE may handle H2 ICE, but it may not even be at CO2 credits, because one of the options they were considering was lower like fleet average NOx standard, for example. So H2 ICE may have advantage there, but PACE is also still at the early stage. So even
And so, like, if that's the case, and ARB or the Tier 5 staff is currently establishing limits on CO2, why not incorporate some sort of CO2 credit generation for H2 ICE at this time? Like, why leave it to PACE? Because it seems like it would be more appropriate at this time for staff to consider and include.
Yeah, I'll take that one. So again, we just had our PACE workshop a couple weeks ago, and that team is still formulating their proposal. So that's still in play, and we appreciate your comment, and we can take that under consideration. I guess I would also respond that for zero emission credits, it's a short-term program from 2026 to 2028. We don't have CO2 standards during that period of time. And so we're not providing credit generation for H2 ICE nor H2 fuel cells. So we will definitely take your comment under consideration, and I want you to bear with us right now. We're not going to have the answers to everything on that because they haven't formulated their proposal.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Jenna. And I was not really referring to H2 ICE as zero emissions because, CARB's made it clear they're not zero emissions. But going
Thank
forward,
you.
if CARB is going to pull these in as H2 ICE as compression ignition engines effectively, then why not generate CO2 credits as a compression ignition engine would, I think is really my point. But thank you.
Maybe it would be helpful to have someone on the Tier 5 team walk through kind of the timing for when our CO2 standards take effect and stuff. I think that might be helpful for folks to understand. And I did also just want to clarify that we're not sure yet for the PACE program. We're not sure yet if it would include any CO2 tracking. Like, we haven't proposed that the way we're currently envisioning PACE, which is Phased Advanced Clean Equipment Rule. And for those that may not be following it, the idea is that it would be some sort of mandate for manufacturers to make a portion of their off-road equipment ZE. We're considering either some sort of like NOx, average NOx standard, or like a percent ZE requirement, neither of which would sort of be relevant for CO2 credits. So I don't want it to appear, George, like we're promising that, oh, this is going to be handled in PACE, because our current plans are not to handle that in PACE. And we do have the lead staff for the PACE program on, and I don't know if Matt Diener wants to add anything to what I said.
Not at this time, but thanks, Kim.
Thanks.
Okay, and then Martha, we do have some backup slides, as you know. If you want to go to slide number 21, and then Shun can walk us through the GHG standards during the interim and the final.
Yeah, so GHG standards exist only during Tier 5 final, which is, this is the interim slide. So there is no GHG standard during interim time period. And then, zero emission credit program are in effect only during 2020, what was that, 2020, well, before the 2026 and 2028, I believe. So there will be no zero emission CO2 credits because there is no CO2 standard. So that's why there is no, even hydrogen fuel cell don't earn zero emission credits under Tier 5. So
exactly, and that's what I just said.
We think it's reasonable to do the same for hydrogen combustion, giving credits to combustion, but not fuel cell didn't make sense to us.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I understand that concept. I'm just saying, like, when Tier 5 final is in effect and regular diesel engines can generate CO2 credits, why would H2 ICE not also be able to generate CO2 credits?
So basically, you're saying you want us to have the ability to let manufacturers generate credits after the 2028 period. Because right now our program, what we propose is credits just from 2026 to 2028, and you're saying please extend that out.
Okay, so you're saying that after Tier 5 final, there's no credit generation whatsoever. There's no AB&T whatsoever
for CO2.
So 2026, 2028 is a zero emission credit. So
yeah, and I'm not specifically referring to zero emissions credits. I'm just talking about as an engine, as a compression ignition engine, you generate credits for CO2, you generate credits for criteria emissions.
Yeah, so the diesel engine can generate CO2 credits in Tier 5 final. Yeah, but our plan for now is to exclude hydrogen from that CO2 credit program. Partly because it's going to be huge, because it's effectively zero CO2, and then so small number of hydrogen ICE can can almost cancel out any increase from these CO2 emission from diesel. And so we thought it's best to handle it in pace rulemaking. But again, as you said, it's still early, and then we don't have promise that there will be CO2 programming pace, CO2 credit programming pace.
I think if I can add maybe just a little bit to that, we don't know what the appropriate CO2 standard would be for hydrogen combustion in the future. We don't want to overcredit right now. And I think this is, where we had mentioned that we would look into this further, possibly in pace, but possibly for the future as well. And I think that's what's, influencing our decision, George. But we have heard this from others as well, and this is something we'll take back and we'll give it due consideration. So thank you for the question.
Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, I have other questions, but I'll let other people go first.
Thank you, George, and thank you for the Tier 5 staff. So for our next question from Paxton Rosen, can credits be used for equipment manufacturers that are developing equipment powered by Tier 5 interim or Tier 5 final engines? Are credits only offered to engine manufacturers developing Tier 5 interim or Tier 5 final engines?
Sorry, I had to find the unmute button. I'll take this question, Martha. So the credits for the equipment manufacturers, keep in mind Tier 5 is an engine regulation, and the credits that we're normally talking about are the ABT credits, or in our case, the California version of ABT credits. Now, equipment manufacturers will be able to generate credits for zero emission, for equipment powered with zero emission powertrains between 2006 and 2008. Those credits would have to be transferred to the ABT bank via purchase to an engine manufacturer, otherwise traded. But from the equipment side of things, that's really the only credits that we're talking about. Now, if you're talking about engine credits between Tier 5I and Tier 5F, we are not allowing Tier 5I to generate or to earn credits other than in option 3, where credits can be utilized. California credits can be utilized with Tier 5 engines to meet the interim standard. Only Tier 5 final engines would be allowed to generate credits. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. For our next question from Prasanna. My question, will the TWC need to be monitored for performance, was not answered. Since this is an OBD topic, should we reach out to the OBD contacts listed previously? Paul Hendricks will be taking this question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, Jenna's group is a bit further ahead on this H2 ICE topic than we are in OBD, but directionally, we don't want to have any unmonitored Tier 5 engines. So we are just beginning to think about what changes would be necessary within the OBD reg language to be able to accommodate H2 ICE emission controls. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next question is from David Campbell from Ditch Witch. Where do we find CARB's definition of zero emission? Shun will be taking this question.
Yes, I'm sure there are definitions in various locations, but at least within Tier 5, we do have a definition for zero emission equipment in our draft regulation order. So if you go through the draft regulation order document, section 2421.1B2, so there is a definition used in Tier 5, and then, yeah, zero emission equipment means off-road vehicles or equipment with a powertrain that produces zero emissions of any regulated criteria pollutant, precursor pollutant, air toxics, or greenhouse gas under any possible operational modes or conditions. So please take a look.
And that's on page 24 of the PDF.
Yeah.
If people want to look at that. Again, that's posted on our website.
Thank you, Jenna and Shun. For our next question, will there be alignment with EPA in terms of the applicable standards for CI or LSI for hydrogen ICE? Shun will be taking this question.
Yeah, so of course, I cannot speak for EPA staff, and then we will work with EPA to try to align as much as we can. From my understanding, the hydrogen can certify as CI, but there may be ambiguity. So at least our intent is to add clarity in our Tier 5 rulemaking. Yeah.
Thank you, Shun. Those are the written questions we have for now. I'll switch back to verbal questions. Steve Barry, if you are available, you can unmute.
Yes, thank you, Martha, and thank you to staff for the workshop and the complete presentation material today. I have a couple questions, but actually they are related to the draft regulatory text that you provided. But I don't know that we have to turn to the text directly. On page 164, where you start to outline the 4 implementation options, it's stated, and this was stated in the October workshop as well, that a manufacturer has to pick a phase-in option, one of the 4 options, and apply it to all power categories. And I think we asked at the time why it was necessary to apply the same phase-in option to all power categories. Flexibility is always a major benefit to a manufacturer trying to comply with stringent new standards and new requirements. So I wondered if CARB has taken a close look at the potential consequences of allowing different implementation schemes for different power categories. And if so, what is it that is concerning to you to allow that flexibility?
I can start off, response to that. Our thinking, well, first of all, yes, right now our proposal is still that a manufacturer has to choose one compliance option and stick with it for their entire product line throughout the interim period. That was the original proposal, and that's what we're still proposing at the moment. The main reason is the administrative aspect of this. The swapping of credits, between possibly engine families, some had asked for that, in between power categories, changing from year to year. It makes record keeping, for lack of a better term, more ominous in trying to make sure that credits aren't being double counted, that they're being used appropriately, they're being generated appropriately. And essentially that's what the compliance option gets to, the credits. So that was our thinking, Steve. Again, you're not the only person who's brought this up, and I won't tell you matter of factly that it's a done deal, but that's where we're at right now.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure there would be an interest to change the implementation option midstream for any given power category. I can understand why that could be problematic, but differentiating by power category could offer some important flexibility to manufacturers. And, if I just encourage, we'll think about it some more, and we'll investigate on our own if our members are interested. what sort of consequences could arise, but how we could put into place controls to avoid those consequences being problematic in any way.
And we welcome that. We'll do the same. Thanks.
Good, thank you. If I may, just a couple more questions on the phase-in options, and then I'll take a pause and let others ask their questions. Option 4, there's a prohibition on ABT during the phase-in period. It's in page 175 of the draft text. The phase-in period being the period, the additional years of Tier 4 final. And, you know, I was imagining that this extended period of Tier 4 final and then immediate shift to Tier 5 final would involve hopefully carryover of the families that a manufacturer had been certifying before, say, 2029, those Tier 4 final products. So if ABT is prohibited during that phase-in period, and they've had a product portfolio that involved some families being slightly above the Tier 4 final standards, others slightly below, and balancing to a compliance level, then all of a sudden that's taken away and they've got to redevelop those products for those quote unquote phase-in years where Tier 4 final is extended. Can you let us know what's on your mind there that to eliminate the credit option?
Sure. Let me let you know what our intent was. And Martha, if there's any, can you pull up that reg language that that Steve was referring to? I think he said page 175.
Page 175, page 181 on the PDF.
Okay.
Yeah.
So our intent, Steve, for option 4, it's basically the status quo until Tier 5 final starts. So that means that if the Tier 4 final engines are already being produced, even if they're using credits, they would still be allowed to continue. The trade-off was that if a manufacturer choosing compliance option 4 would have to start Tier 5 final, I believe generally 2 years earlier than any of the other 3 options. And that was the trade-off. That they wouldn't have to do anything, that there wouldn't be any R&D effort, but they would have to start Tier 5 final 2 years earlier. But it looks like, and I'm wondering if maybe we made a mistake in the reg language, and that's certainly something we can look at and address. So you've pulled this up, Martha? Who looks at you?
Yes, I believe it was 175. I'm on the Word document.
Yeah, 175. I hope I have the right page number. It is dated, looks like I don't, because it was with respect to option 4. And
scroll down to option 4, Martha, if you would. Okay, stop.
Sorry.
Okay, this is lesson 19. Was it a specific power category, Steve?
No, I think it was a general statement.
Okay.
Martha, you may need to open up the PDF because that's the public version, and so the numbers may not correspond on the Word version.
Yeah, is this the one I sent you this morning? I sent you a follow-up PDF, Martha.
Yeah. So I'll read it to you. It's right when option 4 is introduced, and on my draft, it's
right there. Okay.
Tier 5. It's actually right there. Yeah, top of page. Good. The last statement: a manufacturer elects to comply 24-23 using option 4 shall not use California ABT credits to comply during the phase-in period.
Okay, here. No. You got it. We're looking at it. And here's the confusion. They can't use California ABT credits to comply, but they can use federal credits. The California ABT credits are the ones that have been generated early or the small percentage that have been transferred. They can't use those with the Tier 4 final engines that were federally certified, but they can continue to use the the federal credits from the federal credit pool. I think that's the confusion, Steve.
Okay, I should have thought of that possibility and kind of glossed over the California ABT descriptor there. And then finally, concerning the phase-in options, there is no NOx IUT pilot period for option 4. And I suppose that's, one way of saying that is that you're not requiring the IUT program to start with Tier 4 final, but because then you start only when Tier 5 final starts in option 4, you're behind perhaps the other manufacturers. So there's no AB&T pilot program for NOx. A pilot program is a really, really good idea to give manufacturers the opportunity to practice, if you will, and get the measurement process down and accurate, and the whole process of submitting data, which is on its own a challenge. So we may come back to you with a recommendation to, maybe at least offer a 1-year pilot or to install a pilot back in. Can you speak to the issue though?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So you're correct. We're not offering a pilot for the off-road and use testing for option 4. We figured since we're giving you more time to then start or to use Tier 4 final, and then you start Tier 5. So really the pilot right now is just during the Tier 5 interim. Option 4 does not have an interim. So that's our thinking. And if you want to send us comments on what you're suggesting, perhaps a 1-year pilot, that would be something that we can definitely consider, Steve.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a back seat here for a while and let others.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. For our next written question, we have Kevin Brown seeking clarification. Can NOx and PM credits be transferred between engine rating categories? Jeff will be taking this question.
Hi, Kevin. Thanks for the question. Just want to make sure that I understand this. I don't think you're asking if NOx credits can be combined with PM credits. If you are, no, that's not the case. However, NOx credits can be averaged within any power category. Under Tier 4, we had 2 separate averaging sets, one below 560 kilowatts and the other above. We're combining everything in Tier 5. So NOx generated in the 130 to 560 can be used in the less than 19 kilowatt category, or it could be used in the greater than 560 category. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Jeff. For the next question from Zio Japuria, are the Tier 5 exhaust emission standards on page 156 of the final proposed standards? Jenna will be taking this question.
Yes, that's correct. The Tier 5 exhaust emission standards are on page 156 at the bottom of the PDF. And those are the final proposed standards. We have not made any changes to those since the October 2023 workshop.
Thank you, Jenna. For our next question, are you able to share the backup slides in the previous presentation or point us to where we can find them?
I think you missed one, Martha.
Yeah, we can just take that one. I'll take that one. So yes, we will share the backup slides, definitely. I think that we wanted to give manufacturers and stakeholders an opportunity to look at the very long, over 200 pages reg order. And so we provided 2 weeks. And then of course, during these last 2 weeks, we've been kind of anticipating folks' questions. So we've added those backup slides, but of course we will post the backup slides.
Thank you, Jenna. For the other question from Jung Ho Kim from Hyundai Infracore, is CARB 5 Tier 5 timing schedule aligned with the EPA Tier 5 timing? Jeff will be taking this question.
Thanks, Martha. Right now, EPA is not on any rulemaking schedule for more stringent non-road diesel standards. So they don't have a Tier 5 program. We've been working with EPA. We meet with them on a regular basis because we want to make sure that when they do get on board and adopt more stringent standards, that we've worked out most, if not all, of the details that would result in alignment. But right now, no, we're not on the same timing schedule because they don't have an official program. Thank you.
Can I add a little bit there, please?
Sure.
So we're very cognizant of the fact that it's sort of simpler and less expensive for everyone, including like manufacturers and people who buy engine manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, and people who buy equipment with diesel engines if the standards are harmonized nationally. And so that sort of explains why we've been working super closely with our EPA colleagues over these last 3.5 years as we've been working on this, and trying to come up with something that eventually they could align with. And part of the reason that we have the options, the 4 options, in particular option 4, is because we're trying to set up a program where hopefully EPA could take a lot of the technical demonstration work that we've done, take the CARB Tier 5 program and align or nearly align with it. And option 4 pushes the start date of the California program out far enough such that EPA could do that. And then their first date could align with the option 4 date. So it's our hope that the programs would be aligned in terms of the effective dates, required implementation dates nationally. Now, we can't guarantee that. We can't control what EPA does. There's lots of politics involved. So like, it's not certain, but that is our intent. And we totally understand the importance of harmonization, particularly given the diversity of the off-road market, as well as the fact that some engine sizes and applications are preempted from California being able to write standards for them. And just as an example of how closely we're working with EPA, one of EPA's lead staff, James Sanchez, is attending this workshop right now. I'm going to give him a virtual shout out. And James, if you have anything you want to add from EPA's perspective, feel free to chime in.
Thank you. For our next question from George Lynn. For EPA, the 0.5% for untracked replacement engines applies to all replacement engines, not just partially complete engines. Will CARB be aligning with this, or is the 0.5% only for partially complete engines in California? Jeff will be taking this question.
Hi again, George. Yeah, we're aligning with the provision altogether. It's not just for partially complete. It's for 0.5% of the total production. The new replacement engine provisions will largely be identical with EPA's under Tier 5. Main difference will be the 40-year limit on equipment where you can't replace the engine. California does not have that. We will not add that. But aside from that, the tracked and the untracked requirements will be identical going forward.
Thank you, Jeff. For our next question, for page 6, if the system was not equipped with a CI engine in the past, or if it does not have a boosted system, will it still be certified a CI engine? Shun will be taking this question.
Hi. So in that case, in your example, so our intent is that engine will not be required to certify the CI engine, but and as I mentioned in the previous slide 5, the executive officer can decide if the engine can, certified as CI engine, considering torque speed characteristics. So executive officer still has the flexibility. So, like if you have desire to certify the engine as CI engine, then I think it can still certify as CI. And also if you have any recommendation for the language, if you have a concern or recommendation about the language, and then please do let us know.
Thank you, Shun. I'll go back to our raised hands. Steve Barry, if you have other comments or questions, feel free to unmute yourself.
Thank you. My next questions have to do with the 5% exclusion on page 164 of the draft reg text. The exclusion comes into play whenever the tier 5 final requirements are in effect for whatever power category and for whatever compliance option a manufacturer chooses. But we can have cases where tier 5 final comes into effect, say 2033 for one power category and 2034 for the other power categories. So in that first year where it's only tier 5 final is only in effect for one power category, say 2033, then the 5% that can be tier 4 final, for example, are allowed in that power category only. And it is, however, 5% of the entire production volume across all power categories, correct?
Yeah, I had to make sure my my mute was off there, Steve. Right, it's 5% of the annual production that can be carried over. And that 5% is, it could all be tier 4 final, it could all be tier 5 interim, or a combination of both, but it can't exceed in total 5%. Tier 5I in particular, as you point out, there are different requirements that come into play depending on the power category of the engine. And this is why, and Shun had mentioned this during his presentation, that when we talk about discounting credits in order to use this provision, if it's tier 4 final, it's an easy, it's 70%. If it's tier 5 interim, Shun mentioned it would be between 30 and 50%, because some power categories would not necessarily require as many tier 5 elements. You know, they would not necessarily be in effect at that time. So hopefully this answers your question. So yeah, we are cognizant of the fact that there are differences in terms of the power categories, in terms of the requirements. But again, that would just affect the amount of credit discounting that occurs. Did that answer your question? Or...
for the most part, I guess that
okay.
For the let's say in the case where the 130 to 560 power category tier 5 final comes into effect in 2033, a manufacturer could sell the tier 4 final into that power category for 5 years. And then the other power categories, they start their tier 5 final 1 year later. You can sell the carryover or the exclusion engines 5I or 4F for 5 years in those individual power categories. So 1 year later than the 130 to 560, correct?
Well, it's an annual provision, and it's not being done by power category. It's total sales, 5% of total sales. Now you can spread that 5% out however you want among your power categories, but total sales can't exceed 5%.
Okay, I'll have to improve on my personal graphics to see if that completely addresses the question, but thank you.
Okay.
If the exclusion definition goes on to say that, and I think you mentioned this already today, that if a manufacturer chooses option 1, they can only sell the tier 5 interim engines, not tier 4 final, for these 5% engines. And I'm concerned that there may be a bit of an unlevel playing field there, and let me explain. Let's assume that the basic construction of these phase-in options are designed to be relatively emissions neutral. So whether you pick option 1, option 2, option 3, the environment won't be able to tell the difference in terms of total output. That's for the most part true, I would expect, in the way they were constructed. So by the time you get to the end of the phase-in period and you're ready to consider your 5% exclusion, for the manufacturers that chose option one, their options are limited. They can't sell that tier 4 final. Now, you may ask yourself, well, why would a manufacturer sell tier 5 interim for a stretch and then switch back to tier 4 final? But keep in mind, tier 4 final might continue to be sold federally or globally even, and there can be an opportunity to manage the portfolio in a reasonable way using tier 4 final in combination with or exclusively over tier 5 interim. So I can't guarantee there'd be a manufacturer that would want to take advantage of that, but flexibility is always positive, and I think maybe it's something that should be reconsidered. And in the end, whether it's tier 5 interim, tier 4 final, you're discounting credits. In the end, environmentally, it all comes out the same in the wash, right? So what's the harm to allow the tier 4 final?
Yeah, well, just a couple things, just in response. You mentioned option one where, there's no use of credits. You have to certify to the tier 5 interim standard. There's nothing in the regulations that says you can't voluntarily produce a more stringent engine. So you could do that even under option one. You don't have to, build everything to 0.22. You could certainly bring in as many 0.04s, as the manufacturer's heart is content to do that. We're not allowing credit to be generated at that time. And that, maybe that's something that you might want to discuss if you don't think that's fair, but we're not allowing credits to be generated until tier 5 final becomes mandatory. And I'm trying to remember the second part of your question was, just summarize it for me, because I had a response to it as well.
The question is not so much about credit generation and credit management as it is the allowance to sell tier 4 final and tier 5 interim. Right now, you're proposing only tier 5 interim for those manufacturers that choose option one.
Right.
And I'm saying, what's the harm in allowing either or?
Well, that was the point I was trying to make. Why wouldn't they choose option 3 where they could use credits? Sure, they could do option 1, but option 1 is essentially option 3, but except that manufacturer doesn't have credits, bank credits to use in option 1. Yeah. So why wouldn't they use option 3? Yeah.
That was going to be my second question, is why does that restriction apply only to option 1 and not to option 3, where there might be a little bit of A, B, and T going on to comply? There doesn't seem to be a big difference. I don't want to restrict option 3 to tier 5 interim also, but I think it could be reasonable that tier 4 final could be a reasonable option for the 5% exclusion, regardless of phase-in option. That's my only point.
Okay, I appreciate it. We'll definitely take it back. Thanks.
And then if I can go to your slide 13, with respect to A, B, and T credits, no credits earned NOx and PM for engines less than 130 kilowatts. I think that the stated interest in putting that restriction in place was to promote the sale of zero emissions products. Can you help me to connect the dots as to how restricting the A, B, and T program less than 130 helps to promote zero emissions products being sold?
Sean, did you want to take this, or do you want me to tackle? Since it's from your slide.
Well, can you take that, Jeff?
Oh, sure. No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so there are a lot of factors in play regarding the less than 130 exclusion. Um, that's in a power range where a lot of the engines that we're seeing they aren't subject to California regulation in that category. Um, you know, we're not sure, about how many engines there are there, but this exclusion, makes it a little bit easier in terms of the administrative things to know what we're actually giving credits to. But aside from that, in terms of the transition to ZEV equipment, most of the ZEV stuff that we see right now tend to be in the smaller power ranges. So there's already a lot of ZEV equipment out there right now. So a manufacturer can choose, if they don't want, or if it's too costly, to meet the tier 5 requirements, less than 130. The thinking is, well, there's a lot of ZEV out there. Maybe the smart economic move for the manufacturer is to use ZEV equipment in that power category, or else, we're not saying they can't use credits, so they could potentially buy credits from a competitor, to use in that power category as well if they want to perpetuate the internal combustion engine. But I think that's our thinking in terms of how it facilitates the transition to ZEV. Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
well, I'll just a comment, less than 130 kilowatts. That may be where the preponderance of zero emission products, but it's not necessarily lots of zero emissions products below 130 kilowatts being available. But nonetheless, I'm just thinking about the product portfolio where some of my engines less than 130 kilowatts, I'm selling slightly above the prevailing standard, some slightly below, based on a number of factors that surface because of the diversity of non-road equipment. So it seems, number one, unnecessarily restrictive to say you can't continue to do business that way. And I still am not connecting the dots as to how that restriction helps in the transition to zero emissions. But hopefully, we can spell that out a little more clearly and open up that flexibility, convince you to
Sure.
open up that flexibility on AB&T less than 130.
Yeah, no, we're, yeah, whatever you want to send us, whatever information you can provide to us, to make your point, we will, look at and give it all, everything it's worth. But again, if the engine's below 130, right, that's the Clean Air Act cutoff for what California can regulate, farm and construction type of stuff. If those numbers are small, we can't give you credits anyway. I mean, if the number of engines that are under California's authority to regulate are small, you're not getting a whole lot of credit anyway. And the other thing too is if the manufacturer, makes engines below 130 and above 130, they can use credits that they generated above 130 to still offset the less than 130. It's not you cannot use credits, it's a you cannot generate. So again, hopefully that helps, and we will definitely look at any information you want to provide on this matter.
Yeah, thanks. And there are manufacturers, of course, that are exclusively below 130 and nothing above 130.
True.
But again, I'm still have my mind wrapped around the portfolio that is below 130, slightly above the standard, slightly below. I'm doing an AB&T game because it's the best way to manage my portfolio in those power categories. There are multiple of them below there, of course. And that's my concern more so than the idea that I'm building up a bunch of credits for use elsewhere. Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve and Jeff. For our next written question, we have from Kevin Brown. At the end of the Tier 5 phase-in period, will CARB phase out remaining NOx and PM credits to ensure that all engines fully comply with Tier 5 standards?
Hi, Kevin. I'll start this off. Others can chime in. We are proposing a 5-year cap on the use of credits. So if they're not used within 5 years, then those credits would disappear. They would expire. So we are trying to prevent a situation where, we have this excess of credits that could potentially circumvent a future rulemaking or future Tier 6 requirements, because the number of credits are so great compared to the magnitude of the standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. For our next comment from James Sanchez, I don't have anything specific to add on the EPA Tier 5 timing, but as Kim stated, we are meeting with CARB on a regular basis, and we agree with the goal of having a harmonized national program. Thank you, James. For our next written question from George Lynn, say a machine currently offers either option of an SI or CI engine today. In Tier 5 final period, the machine offers 3 engine models: SI, Hydrogen SI, and CI. Does the Hydrogen SI without boosted air now need to be certified as SI because the mission was historically powered by an SI engine as well as an SI engine? By a CI engine as well as an SI engine, sorry. Shin will take this question.
Yeah, thanks, George. So, before answering, I like to explain our intent of sort of philosophy. So, we are talking about stringent Tier 5 standard for compression ignition engine, and then there is another standard for LSI, which hasn't been touched for a long time, and then much less stringent. So we think that if the hydrogen IC is designed to replace CI engine, then it should meet the more stringent CI standard, Tier 5 standards. And then in that thought process, I think in your case, if the equipment is designed to operate either CI or SI, it is capable. I mean, it is designed to operate using CI, so I think it should meet more stringent standards. So at least in our thinking, then CI standard should apply, even if the equipment can use both CI or SI. So that's our thinking.
Thank you, Shin. For our next question, much discussion on various options, even suggesting that there is no restriction of a manufacturer to voluntarily certify an engine well below a standard. These options are similar to early introduction type standards in the past on various other engine/vehicles, example heavy duty, small engine, and LSI. Can CARB comment on how effective those similar options promoting early lower emissions were actually utilized by manufacturers? Kim will take this question.
Yeah, I can take this one. Yeah, and it's a good question. So I can speak to, for example, our team, this is probably 15 years ago now, put together the optional NOx standards, which were optional standards below the 0.2 gram per horsepower hour standard for on-road heavy duty engines. And we did that for a number of reasons. One was to set up sort of a certification structure so that manufacturers could certify below the standard, and then CARB could, through our incentive programs, provide funding for trucks with engines that were cleaner. And then we did get a number of manufacturers certifying to those optional standards. And over the years, as more certified to the standards, it did sort of set up a demonstration that those standards were feasible, and that those optional certifications were one piece of evidence that CARB could point to when we proposed and got adopted our omnibus standards, which then US EPA subsequently aligned with, or nearly aligned with. So it did help. but it wasn't like every single manufacturer did it. It wasn't like, for example, there were more natural gas models certified to the optional NOx standards on the on-road side than diesel. I don't think anybody certified diesel to, at least not to the lowest level. And then there's been other sort of similar efforts to try to get people to do things optionally that maybe have had less success. I think there were probably 2 generations of hybrid certification standards, optional hybrid certification standards that CARB went through the whole CARB and many expert stakeholders went through the whole rulemaking process. We got those optional procedures on the books, and no manufacturer chose to take advantage of them. So they don't always work. And actually, this question is very time that our staff was struggling with as we drafted the latest couple 100-page reg order for Tier 5 was whether it's still helpful and useful to have cleaner than required optional sort of blue sky type standards as part of the Tier 5 package. I mean, if you look long term at what California needs to meet our climate goals and our really challenging air quality goals, we're really moving towards zero emission everywhere we can. And we have sort of internally been talking about Tier 5 as like the last generation of combustion standards for off-road diesel engines. So we're not sure whether there will ever be a Tier 6 that's even more stringent than Tier 5, but above zero tailpipe. So we would really welcome any input either here or later personally about whether people think anyone would use them if we had some sort of optional standard below the mandatory Tier 5 level. Is it even worth including that, or does it just add unnecessary complexity? And if there's anyone else on the CARB team that wants to talk about other optional programs in answer to this, feel free to chime in.
No,
Well,
I don't.
I think, well, yeah, I'll just chime in just a little bit. Just in terms of the question mentioned, voluntarily certifying below a standard. Yeah, it's voluntary, but in general, you get credits for that you can use in the future. So there are different types of incentives. And as Kim pointed out very correctly, sometimes they work, sometimes they fall short. Thank you.
And I guess one more little piece to add there is one program that has been really successful is the whole concept of averaging banking and trading, where manufacturers certify some engines to below the standard and some to above the standard. And then in total, it just has to average out to meet the standard. And so that's one way of certifying. There's some voluntarily below the standard, and that's very common and has enabled manufacturers to find more efficient paths towards meeting the standards. I think we're done with that one, Martha.
Thank you, Kim and Jeff. For our next question, Chris Mortensen. Slide 12 in the PowerPoint references a harmonized federal policy for off-road ZE equipment. Is material available with information on a federal ZE policy? Jenna will take this question.
Yeah, I think that we kind of talked about this before. There's hope that we will harmonize, or EPA will harmonize with our standards in the future, but we don't have any dates. And even James Sanchez from EPA had replied as well. So that's what we're working towards, is a harmonization on the federal and California programs. In terms of material available on a federal ZE policy, no, we don't have any of that information.
Can add a little bit
for off-road. I'm sorry, for off-road.
No problem. Yeah, so there have recently been a number of discussions around this topic in the context of clean air planning for the South Coast Air Basin, which of course is one of the areas in the country with the most extreme air quality problems. And South Coast had proposed a plan for a state implementation plan for attaining those health-based ambient air quality standards. EPA came back and proposed not approving that plan because South Coast had made assignments to US EPA to do things like regulate aircraft, regulate large ships, regulate locomotives, things that are outside CARB's control. And so as a result of that sort of disagreement, a number of really intense discussions among South Coast Air District, CARB, and EPA folks began. And we set up a number of work groups, and one of the work groups concerned off-road engines and standards for off-road engines. And CARB made the case to EPA, referred to this 3-year-long rulemaking process and how significant the emission reductions expected are, and how crucial it is that EPA adopt their own version of the Tier 5 standards. And then we and South Coast also talked about how important it was that EPA adopt some sort of voluntary zero emission standard for off-road equipment, which would enable us in the air districts to be able to point to that. And so, long story short, as part of resolving that sort of disagreement over the South Coast plan, the various agencies agreed to do a number of things, and EPA did agree to consider doing Tier 5 standards and consider looking into doing an off-road ZE standard. So it's not binding. They didn't say exactly what they're going to do or when, but it is part of what they agreed to. And associated with that, they also were able to find, I think, like $500 million in incentive funding to route towards the South Coast Air District to help in their efforts. So it's as part of that package, they are looking at off-road ZE and federal Tier 5.
Thank you, Kim and Jenna. There are no written questions now. I will allow George Lin to unmute himself to ask a question or comment.
Can you all hear me okay? All right.
Yes.
In 2423.1P, this is on page 198. This is not new. CARB has this, EPA has this. There's a provision to use on-highway certified engines, so engines that are not certified to the non-road regulations in non-road. And so CARB's carrying this over into Tier 5. I guess the ask here, the question is, why not also provide the reverse provision and then allow non-road engines to be used in on-highway?
That's an interesting question. The reason, for the provision, to allow on-road into the off-road is that historically, on-road has been cleaner. The standards have been significantly more stringent than off-roads. So in a sense, it was kind of a no-brainer. Not sure that that's still the case, although we do have that provision. Like you said, EPA has the provision. I think we've added a few additional elements to it, such as making sure that, that it's in-use compliant, or that it would pass in-use stuff for the off-road. But to answer your question, I don't know, George. I suspect if it was an off-road engine to be used in a highway application or an on-road application, and if it was demonstrated to be at least as clean, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be allowed. But yeah, we're not opening up the on-road regs, so I don't think you'll see that as part of the Tier 5 rulemaking, but maybe something for the future.
Okay, yeah, you're saying it couldn't be inserted into the non-road regs. That sort of provision couldn't just be stuck in it. It'd have to be put in the on-highway regs. Okay, all right. Well, we'll reserve that comment when you open up the on-highway regs in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, George and Jeff. Now, Steve Berry has his hand raised. You may unmute.
Thank you again, Martha. My question this time is with respect to the TPEM provisions in the reg text at the top of page 187. It says the allowances in the table are available to manufacturers that elect to comply with the requirements of Tier 5 using phase in option 1, 2, or 3, and choose to use credits prior to 100% Tier 5 final compliance. My first point, maybe I'm missing the point, but that would appear to be a contradiction because option 1 does not use credits, so that combination couldn't be put together using option 1 and choosing to use credits prior to 100% Tier 5 final. So just maybe that's an error, or maybe I'm missing the point, more importantly.
Yeah, it's entirely possible it's an error, but I just want to make sure I completely understand it. Which section are we looking at?
It's the TPEM implementation, section 3. I can go back to find more detail. Page 187.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Top of page 187.
Okay, let me read it over. Okay, and one more time, Steve, what your question was, what doesn't make sense?
Manufacturers that choose phase-in options 1, 2, or 3, and choose to use credits prior to 100% Tier 5 final. Option 1 doesn't allow the use of credits, so it seems like option 1 shouldn't even be mentioned as.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I see your point. I guess I didn't, when we wrote this, we didn't necessarily mean it to apply to all 3 options. It's just if you use credits for one of those options, you're right, they're not allowed for one.
Right.
That really it's just allowed for 3.
Choose to use credits is a modification of option 3, a
Right.
further descriptor of option 3. I understand.
Okay, we'll take a note. We'll clarify that. Make
Yeah,
sure no one
well,
else misunderstands. Thank you.
I mainly just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing the point somehow. And then there are different phase-in or TPEM programs depending upon the option chosen. And my question is, these TPEM provisions apply to equipment manufacturers. And what if an equipment manufacturer is buying loose engines from multiple manufacturers? That, of course, happens quite a bit. And those various manufacturers supplying engines to the equipment manufacturer are making different choices for the phase-in options. Some of them choosing option 4, importantly, while others choose 1, 2, or 3. How has CARB considered and confirmed that, yes, this is still workable in that way? And in that case, excuse me.
We've looked at it. We haven't identified any problems to that extent. If you're saying something we aren't, we're all ears. But again, you're using Tier 4 final engines. And again, I think one of the things that's different in California, even under Tier 4, is that we require an executive order for engines, for TPEM engines. So that there is more of a record keeping requirement in California, and we are extending that into Tier 5 final. But I don't, I don't see nothing sticking out to me that would be problematic in that regard. But if you're, like I said, if you're seeing it differently, maybe we can talk later, or you can send us something and we'll address it.
Yeah, I guess the challenge is that you have another provision, of course, for a TPEM program for manufacturers. The supplied engines from a manufacturer choosing option 4, and can the equipment manufacturer figure out how to find a total program that meets both sets of requirements? I guess that's the question that's on my mind.
When you say both sets of requirements, so the engine manufacturer, yeah, I guess I'm missing something. The engine manufacturer has to choose a compliance option for the interim period, so that they're just going to have one. But you're saying that the equipment manufacturer may want different types of I'm sorry, I'm just not following.
Buys engines from multiple manufacturers,
Right.
engine manufacturers. Some of those engine manufacturers choose options 1, 2, or 3. Some or one chooses option 4.
Okay.
And they've got 2 tables of compliance programs to look at then, and are we sure they know how to comply? That was my question.
Okay, but isn't it incumbent upon the equipment manufacturer to find the manufacturer who has the correct engine for them?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. If you've thought through this, and
well, we have, but that's not to say, you know, it's perfect. So again, if you have concerns, let us know, and you know, we'll
okay.
flesh them out. Thanks.
I'm pretty new to the whole TPEM topic myself, so maybe our members can enlighten me how this could work. And then my last question today, I think, is with respect to page 213 of the reg language. There's a teaser there under production engine testing, selection, evaluation, and enforcement action 2427. And it says the 2029 and later model year Tier 5 off-road CI engines shall be subject to the selective enforcement audit requirements specified in a coming 2029 and later test procedures that we'll find later this year. Can you, does that imply that there's going to be a change to the selective enforcement audit procedures? And if yes, can you share a little bit about what that is?
I may not be the best person to answer this. Shun or Jenna, do you have an idea why this is marked as new language?
I don't know why it's marked as new, but I don't think we anticipate making changes to the selective enforcement audit program.
I didn't think so either.
Yeah.
Just curious why it's in underline. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I mean, it was carved out as being unique to and pointing to a different place. Maybe it's just a matter of what test procedures are applied in the SEA. For example, LLC now applies or something like that.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
We'll take it back, Steve.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything else. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve, Jenna, and Jeff. For our next question from Jung Ho Kim. In case of option 3, the California ABT is only generated and the engine should be met Tier 5 interim emission standard, as Jeff mentioned. But the California ABT is able to generate from model year 26 to model year 28, not from model year 29 for 130 kilowatt to 560 kilowatt. Could you explain how to generate California ABT using case option 3? Jeff will be taking this question.
Thank you, Martha. You don't generate credits in option 3. You use credits. Now you can use credits that were generated, like you have pointed out here, between 26 and 2028 from early Tier 5 final compliant engines. You can generate a lot of credits. There are even multipliers that apply. You can also generate credits in that same time span from zero emission equipment. The other way you get credits is if you have them in the federal bank, you can transfer them as well. You can transfer a portion of those federal credits, but there is no credit generation, just credit consumption in option 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. For our next question, how will CARB address differences in CI versus ZE equipment capability? For example, a Volvo L25H loader is similar in configuration to a BEV L25E loader. However, the operational capabilities vary significantly. The L25E has a 40 kilowatt per hour battery capable of that much, actually somewhat less work. The L25H with a 15.8 gallon diesel tank holds almost 609 kilowatt hour of energy. Even accounting for operational efficiency differences, the diesel L25H can at least operate more than 7 times longer than the L25E. Jeff will be taking this question.
Yeah, thank you, Martha. Okay, so the purpose of giving credits in Tier 5. Tier 5 is an engine regulation, but we wanted to use the opportunity to spur the development of zero emission equipment, battery electric in particular, in the early time frames for Tier 5 implementation. Again, you hear the phrase sometimes zero is zero. That's not always true, but we have a set of requirements that would allow a manufacturer to claim credits, zero emission credits under this program. It's not as comprehensive as the program that was developed for on-road. We do anticipate future off-road regulations bringing in something that is more comprehensive, that actually has zero emission engine or powertrain test procedures, and test cycles, perhaps even something, maybe even a modeling based approach similar to what's being done in on-road heavy duty. But for Tier 5, this is a very simplistic approach where we're trying to encourage the propagation of the technology. So it's a very simple requirement. If you look at the reg order, we have power categories that roughly align with the power category of historically powered off-road diesel equipment. And that's what we use in determining the credits. But again, we expect that that'll get refined in the future as things progress. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we did receive a written comment. This was to comment on Steve Berry's question. I work for an equipment manufacturer. We have diesel engine vendors from 9 different companies: Cummins, Deere, Doubts, Cat, Hats, and Kohler. And that is all we have for now. I will move on to raised hands. George Lynn, you may unmute yourself.
In regards to, it's at the bottom of page 156 for the family emissions limits. And it's the B, capital B2 there. In terms of credit generation, that paragraph seems to imply that the credits are generated over the NRTC. And am I reading that right, that the RMC doesn't matter then when you're doing this FEL? If you're not certifying to the standard, you're just held against the NRTC and not the RMC.
Sean, you're more versed in this than I am. Would you like to address this?
Yeah, so FEL, so there's a sort of reference cycle, and then in FEL, manufacturer determining FEL for NRTC, and then the FEL for other standards are calculated based on the ratio of the standards. But in this case, and standard for NRTC and RMC are same, so it's going to be same. So FEL for NRTC will equal to FEL for RMC. But then FEL for LLC would be different because the standard is different. So it's just a way of calculating FEL. You calculate FEL for NRTC and then calculate FEL for other cycle based on the ratio of standards.
Okay. So this is not intended to say that you just need to meet the NRTC.
Well, you have to meet all FEL for all of the cycles because FEL is the standard. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. We have another written. Oh, George, was that all?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. We do have another written question. You didn't answer diesel versus BEV. I would need to buy 7 BEVs to do the work of 1 diesel loader. Even with California throwing money, rebates, incentives, I cannot afford this, let alone buying the trucks and trailers to haul all those electrics around. CARB needs to adequately require any ZE/BEV to be equivalent in capabilities and operational time to any diesel it replaces. Jeff will be taking this question.
Thanks, Martha. Yeah, let me take a stab at this. First of all, I understand the concern. You know, the amount of work that you don't want to buy battery electrics and not use them, just have them sitting around. You know, they need to be able to do the work. And this is what I alluded to earlier, that, you know, we will, in future off-road regulations, we will be refining the requirements for issuing ZEV credits, you know, such that there's a more comprehensive test procedure that and possibly test cycles that are specific to them, you know, to evaluate, to make sure that, you know, they are doing a similar amount of work. And again, this was done somewhat successfully, I think, in off-road highway. So again, future requirements will look at this. But for Tier 5, again, it's an off-road diesel engine regulation. We're trying to encourage the development of new ZEV technology. Not necessarily technology, but we want it, you know, to be able to replace engines that are already in existence. We are limiting the credits from 2026 to 2028. Again, we don't want to give too many credits, but again, we want to incentivize folks to actually look into this and actually produce equipment that in the long term will bear much fruit for us. And that I totally understand the concern and the question here, but that's the intent of us introducing ZEV credits in Tier 5. Thank you.
And Jeff, if I can just add on a little bit to that, as for those who haven't listened to the phased advanced clean equipment regulation, my name is Matt Diener. I'm the lead staff on this proposed measure. This is something that our measure is going to dive into a bit more in depth to try to understand what are those operational differences, what are ways in which we should reflect on a proposed measure that's looking to move more zero emission equipment into the marketplace, and how should we be looking to account for different operational needs of customers, and factoring in the refilling or refueling is going to be different on zero emission products versus their combustion equivalent. So I welcome the stakeholder who's anonymous in this form here to reach out to me and let us know your concerns and some of your thoughts of how we might choose to address this.
And I want to chime in here as well. The question from Anonymous is a really good one, and is true in some cases for sure, that the current ZE options aren't just a one-to-one swap in for diesel. And so that's why the Tier 5 standards that we're talking about at this workshop today just have like a small optional credit provision to encourage manufacturers to try to make more ZEs. There's nothing in there requiring ZEs. The PACE program that Matt is talking about is contemplating having some sort of push for manufacturers to make some off-road ZEs, but it's not a requirement on the fleets to use them. Like, it wouldn't tell your fleet, you've got to get rid of that diesel loader and replace it with 7 battery electric loaders. The only place where there's an in-use program on the off-road side that speaks to ZE is our in-use off-road diesel rule. And again, the ZE part is purely voluntary. We do have the zero emission technology application parts of that rule, which is just a way for a fleet, if a fleet is exploring using zero emission off-road equipment and wants to get credit for that, maybe wants to do that in lieu of turning over to some cleaner diesel equipment, they can do that. But again, it's voluntary. It's an option for those fleets for whom that works. And I'm dropping in the chat just more about the in-use off-road rules, Zeta provisions, in case anyone wants to read more. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, Matt, and Kim. I'll move on to the next question. Jung-Ho Kim. I'm confusing about the option 3. Why should the engine manufacturer use California ABT for option 3, even though the engine is meeting Tier 5 interim standards? Jeff will be taking this question.
Yeah, thank you, Martha. While I'm answering this, can you pull up the background slides? I think it's the very last one in Shun's presentation, has this table, shows the implementation of the different compliance options. So in response to this, why would an engine manufacturer use credits for option 3? Well, as you can see from the colorful chart that Martha just brought up, option 3, it has an interim period that goes from well, it's different based on the horsepower categories, but if we just look at the 130 to 560, it goes from 2029 to 2032. So tier 5 final under compliance option 3 would not start until 2033. Okay. If you look at option 4, for example, the same power category, 130 to 560, you have essentially manufacturer would not have to make any changes until 2031. That's 2 years earlier than they would have to comply with tier 5 final than under option 3. So why would a manufacturer choose option 3? If they have credits, they can essentially continue to produce tier 4 final engines throughout that interim period. The credits that would be carried over from the federal bank, those that would be transferred, a one-time transfer in 2029, or credits that they earned by certifying tier 5 final early between 2026 and 2028, or by certifying some electrified vehicles in that same time period. If they have credits, it would behoove a manufacturer to select option 3 if they wanted to extend their production of tier 4 final the longest, because they could use credits to go 2 years longer than option 4. That's really, I think that's really the justification why a manufacturer would choose option 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Moving on to the next question from William Barrett from the American Lung Association. Thank you for this informative and detailed presentation. We view this program as a critical step for public health protection and want to ask when we might see an analysis of the health benefits of the proposals. Any information would be helpful, and we'll follow up separately on a few key points raised today. Thank you. Jenna will be taking this question.
All right. Thank you, William, for your question. We're still working on the health benefits right now. And so you'll be able to see those when we release our 45-day package along with the staff report and the SORIA. And that would be during August of 2025.
Wait, Jenna, doesn't the SORIA come out earlier than that? Check that and
yeah,
someone look that up and we'll let you know. I'm pretty sure it's earlier.
Thank you, Jenna and Kim. Moving on to the next question. Coming back to ZE credits, in general, Tier 5 is made for engine manufacturers primarily. California ABT credits can only be gathered and used by engine manufacturers, not equipment manufacturers. How can a diesel engine manufacturer generate ZE credits at all from battery electric vehicles? Jeff will be taking this question.
Right. Very good question. I tried to address this earlier on, but the credits are generated by the equipment manufacturer. There are a number of limitations, stipulations that the equipment manufacturer must meet in order to be able to generate these credits. These credits only become usable when they are transferred to an engine manufacturer, either through sale or I suppose a vertically integrated company that makes both equipment and engines. They probably would have an arrangement where the credits would go to their engine department. That's when the credits become useful under the California ABT program. Even though you are correct, they are generated by the equipment manufacturer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I will move on to raised hands.
Actually, well, you're looking for raised hands. Yeah, we looked that up and it is April 2025 on the SORIA. And that would be on the DOF, Department of Finance webpage. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you, Jenna. Chad Grugel, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. At the risk of derailing an incredible conversation, I actually have a couple questions regarding marine CI engines. As we read through the draft proposal, and I think it was mentioned in an earlier workshop, CARB is introducing language to try to better align marine CI engines less than 37 kilowatts. Reading through the provisions, I'd like to understand CARB's kind of intention. So is the intent of the update to align with EPA, and CARB will simply certify to the same EPA standards entirely?
Yeah, hi Chad, it's Jeff. Yeah, essentially that's it. The background is right now, when we adopted Tier 4, there were no standards for marine less than 37 kilowatts. EPA was kind of, between standards. Previously, they had tied them to their land-based internal combustion engines like Tier 3, Tier 2. But in Tier 4, they exempted them because they were anticipating that Part 92 would cover those engines. Okay. And it didn't, at least not right away. So California, we didn't want to leave this loophole. We said, okay, you have to continue meeting the Tier 2 standards that were already required. All well and good until EPA did adopt more stringent standards under Part 92. So ever since that happened, there's been a bit of a disconnect. It really isn't that big of a problem. Okay. Don't quote me, but because again, as I mentioned earlier in a different question, there's nothing that prevents a manufacturer from certifying more stringent standards than they have to. And the EPA standards were more stringent for marine at that point. However, we got this question, often enough that we decided we're going to align. Okay, but what we're doing, instead of exempting the engines, we are actually adopting the EPA provisions in Part 92 that would cover just the engines less than 37 kilowatts. We are not regulating, we're not going to be requiring the submission of paperwork or applications for executive orders above 37 kilowatts. It's just 37 and below. So we will be aligned with EPA in that regard.
Could we recommend to align marine engine CI engines less than 37 kilowatts the same as those above, where they're simply just certified by EPA to encourage full alignment?
I'm not sure what you're asking. So we basically exclude those engines from our regulation? Is that what you're asking us to do? So they would just fall under EPA?
Is that the terminology you use for marine CI engines above 37 kilowatts, right? Marine CI engines above 37 kilowatts are regulated by EPA. They're certified by EPA. Why not say marine and CI engines less than 37 kilowatts are regulated by EPA, certified by EPA, and thus that's it. You just receive an EPA certificate of conformity, and that supports certification in California as well.
Oh, how I wish you were in our legal department, Chad. No, we can't do that. There are legal ramifications in doing that. We've had many discussions about that. We don't want to give up our enforcement authority primarily. So we do have to incorporate the actual test procedures and the standards and make them California's own. But
in light of that,
go ahead.
Yeah. No, please finish.
No, I was going to say it should not require any additional effort, than it would to comply with the federal requirements. You may have to submit paperwork to us, which you probably, or the manufacturers probably would be doing anyway under our current program, just to a different standard. So I don't think it's any additional burden whatsoever, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I know if you're looking for a correction from me, I do tend to agree. Largely, engine manufacturers are certifying to EPA, and then the same information goes into some CARB format that may or may not be identical, and then they receive issuance of a CARB EO.
Okay, great. So it really shouldn't be problematic. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same standard.
Okay, well then in light of that, then some questions. So the draft proposal only includes specifying emission standards in 1042-101. So I want to be sure this doesn't imply that all the other off-road requirements will apply to these marine CI engines less than 37 kilowatts.
No, the off-road requirements would not apply, but all the other provisions in 1042 will apply for those engines. Like the rebuilding provisions are a little bit different than they are for the land-based off-road. Those would apply. It'll be virtually identical to EPA's requirement.
Okay, so the intent is not simply to adopt the emission standards of 1042-101, but to adopt all the provisions of 1042.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the regulation doesn't make a distinction between like what often is termed installed marine generators. So these are be marine generators that are basically a part of the vessel, like a common fuel supply, cooling system, versus portable engines that are used on marine applications. Is the intent that only installed marine generators are included within the marine portion of the rule, and those that are portable are included within the off-road CI?
Right. I get this a lot. We are technically aligned with EPA on this, although I guess there must be language that's confusing. So if the engine shares the cooling, the fueling, or the exhaust, then it's subject to the same standards as the propulsion engine, even if it's a generator. If it's not, if it's a standalone carry-on, it has to meet the land-based Tier 4 or future Tier 5 requirements.
Okay, then we'll review language. We'll make sure that this is clear. That's our understanding as well. So I just want to make sure that that's clear and that's not subject to any type of proposed change.
Right.
Finally, if CARB is going to refer to 1042, the provisions are referring to a date-specific version of Part 1042.
That's correct.
There is concern of potential future misalignment. So if EPA were to update 1042 again via technical amendments, even minor changes, that this creates a potential for misalignment again.
Yep, we understand that, Chad, but we're required to be date specific.
Is it possible to change date specific rather than any changes from this date going forward?
No, we can't do that.
Okay,
yeah,
so
our legal says we can't.
Okay, so this is a legality issue, not a technicality issue.
That's correct. That's correct. It's an Office of Administrative Law issue.
All right.
Yeah, but the provisions under 1042 will be covered under the test procedures, so you'll see those in the next few months. Yep.
Yeah, and I appreciate that comment. So when we look forward to the test procedures, we'll certainly review those aspects that would affect marine CI engines.
Yep.
All right, that was it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chad. It looks like those are the only questions we have for now. Jenna, would you like to review anything else in the slides?
I think the one thing is going back to our second to last slide where we talk about the blue sky provisions. We had a request for feedback. Yeah, 15. Not 15, maybe it's 16. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to unmute themselves or if they want to put in a comment in the Q&A, but we are looking to find out if people are still interested in having us keep the voluntary blue skies engine requirements that are currently in Tier 4. I don't know if Chad or Steve Very are familiar with them or want to comment, or George Lynn. I'm just naming folks who have unmuted themselves, not favoring anybody in particular.
If you don't want to speak here, feel free to reach out to us privately on this. We don't want to go to the trouble of including these if it's something that manufacturers aren't even considering using.
Yeah, right now the blue sky provisions, and they've been in the regs for a while, they're basically bragging rights. I mean, there's nothing different about them than there would be for the AB&T program, for example. Like if you certify to a more stringent standard, you can claim the credits. The voluntary blue sky, it really sets the goalposts pretty far. I think it's about half of what the Tier 5 standards would be. That would be the voluntary blue sky series standards. You would get credits for them like you would under ABT, but basically it's bragging rights. And again, we're wondering if it's necessary to put that in there. Things like this really help, like in passenger cars where you have a lot of folks who are super environmentally conscious, wanting the cleanest stuff out there. Is this an incentive, to go cleaner? And I guess that's what we're asking for comment on.
All right, well, we don't see any more comments in the Q&A, but we'll sit tight for a few minutes and see if anybody has any questions on the Tier 5 proposal or any of the workshop materials, the reg order. or OBD, if there's still OBD folks online. Maybe you thought of a question during lunch.
Big thanks to everyone who participated today. Really, really great comments and questions. And let us know if you think of additional stuff later, please.
All right. Well, all the materials are posted. We will post the backup slides, and we will also post the webinar recording, and just how to get in touch with us. We've heard from so many of you, and we also have our tier 5 at arb.ca.gov email. So please reach out to us, and thank you for spending your time with us today. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.